Hi, everyone. Good evening. Carl Steinbeck here. Day 30 of Commonwealth, Massachusetts versus Karen Reed. And this is a great day for the defense. I've never been more satisfied after a day of trial that's been hellacious to have to sit through all this agonizing, nonstop torture. It's really is torture to see the rampant railroading, injustice, and just absolute trampling and spitting all over the Constitution here up there in that Denham, Massachusetts courthouse. But it's coming around, and it's coming around to Karen's side, where all this truth is just crushing the defense, despite the massive, massive efforts of the prosecution to hide the evidence, keep the evidence from the jury, block every kind of question that should elicit truth, and help the jury get the big picture, the full picture, and an accurate picture of what went on involving the death of John O'Keefe. What they've been doing is roadblocking it, damming up, jamming it up, denying it, hiding it, you name it. They've done everything they can do to throw the book at tricking this jury and misleading them. And this judge has just been nothing but basically a co-prosecutor, because this is just an absolute travesty and abomination. So I've never seen anything like it. This is the worst you'll ever see. And this witness we had here today, Dr. Laposata, was, I think, the best witness we've had so far, because not only what she said similar things what we had from other tremendous heroes like Dr. Russell, but she also knew how to put Brennan in his place, and it was an awesome sight to see. She actually has history with Brennan, so I think that gave her a leg up. She knew what he's like. And I'm sure, like Dr. Russell, she's met a lot of toxic bully type men in her life. And so having to deal with Hank was like no big deal. Plus, he's hired her before. So if he's going to go back into private practice, he obviously maybe wants to use her again. So that's, I think, the advantage she has. And she used that definitely to the defense's advantage here. So the other thing is that we heard, I see some of you guys chatting about it, this issue about this x-ray coming out that we never heard of before. Dr. Welcher said he looked through the file. He didn't think there was any x-rays of the arm in question, the right arm that had all the dog bites on it. So the thing is, the reason that's a real evidence scandal is the prosecution knows that that x-ray existed, and they let this guy do his full write-up, his full testimony, without ever telling him, hey, let's talk about the x-ray. And oh, by the way, when you're on the witness stand and you say there wasn't one existed, that was the number one thing the defense was going to focus on his cross-examination. And so you don't even talk about the x-ray photos that show he had no fractures whatsoever in his right arm or in his hand. You're going to get hit by a vehicle at 24 miles an hour, and it can smash the acrylic all to pieces, 47 pieces, and you're telling me that you're going to have no bruises and no fractures of any kind? So for them not to bring that out, if the witness forgets about it, let's just say, for argument's sake, that Welcher did not know about it because it wasn't in the discovery file, that x-ray, and that was never handed to him. He should have asked about it, and he's made it sound like it wasn't mentioned in her autopsy. So I think the defense is just going to really rake him over the coals when he's called in rebuttal, because he's absolutely destroyed as a witness already. And then when he's got this coming out at him. So, yeah, I don't know if it's a Brady violation. I see Kim Simonson saying a Brady violation. So I saw somebody was saying defense only got the x-rays 2 weeks ago. I find that hard to believe, but yet with this prosecution delaying and hiding so much stuff the last several years, don't know why it didn't come out sooner. So I don't know the answer to that. I'm not going to speculate on whether it's a Brady violation or not. But if they only got it 2 weeks ago, then yeah, it was definitely a Brady violation. But we also heard Dr. Rentschler. He just initially started his testimony today, but there's been a lot of obstruction of justice again by the prosecution, because they want to keep out a lot of good stuff he has to say. And anyway, let's get right to what we had this morning. There was some argument with motions going on here outside the presence of the jury, keep in mind. They were discussing photos to put in with Dr. Laposata, and the judge wanted the defense to crop out blood cells, just show the brain stem. And regarding figure 5, Wisniewski spots, those are little blood spots in a stomach. If someone, it has to do with, it helps show whether somebody has hypothermia or not. And John O'Keefe did not have hypothermia. So it's, anyway, I'm going to jump to 28 minutes after.
Sure. To election this morning, suggesting that the Commonwealth open the door with their questioning of Dr. Russell to allow Dr. Laposata to talk about bite wounds. So I've read that.
Because the judge was keeping out any reference to bite marks, anything canine, claw scratches. You cannot say anything about the arm having dog attack on it.
Okay, sure.
I'd like to start, if I may, by marking 2 documents with permission. One is Dr. Laposata's entire report, and the second is
great.
her entire CV.
Okay. Yeah, those are the ones I needed from yesterday. So, yes. Yes.
Exhibits D, 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 and exhibits E, 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 E.
Okay. All right, go ahead, Mr. Jackson.
Thank you, Your Honor. We are asking the court to reconsider the court's ruling yesterday concerning Dr. Laposata and her ability to opine on the issue of dog bite and claw mark wounds and pattern recognition. We had some concerns yesterday and previous to yesterday about an issue that has been ongoing with the Commonwealth, and we've brought this to the court's attention. The Commonwealth has been using a tactic to shift the burden to the defense with cross-examination that's laced with indications or implications about witnesses that may or may not be called by the defense. That is a problem. I brought it to the court's attention at sidebar. The court will probably remember that colloquy. It was not an open court, but I expressed grave concerns, to use that phrase, that there was a burden-shifting system that was going on when Mr. Brennan is asking our witnesses about, or his witnesses, about other witnesses that may be on the defense witness list and may be called. Obviously, as the
And think about it. This is a common tactic of Brennan, always bringing up any expert he wants, his own experts. He can ask questions about to try to bolster their testimony, compare their testimony, and the defense. He can also bring up any of their experts. But think about how many times the defense has been blocked talking about things that experts should be talking about, let alone other experts that are saying something different from the prosecution side of the house.
The court knows foundationally, we don't have to call anybody. We don't intend to call anybody. We don't have to call anybody, but we can call whoever we feel like. But we shouldn't be put in a position where our hand is forced to call witnesses because of questioning by the Commonwealth, which is improper. After I brought it to the court's attention, Mr. Brennan has continued along that same line. The Commonwealth has continued along that same line, and I want to bring something to the court's attention specifically. Last night, we pulled the tape. Dr. Russell was cross-examined by Mr. Brennan on the issue specifically of Dr. Laposata and her opinions regarding dog bites. He asked questions over and over and over again. The colloquy probably lasted more than 5, 6, 7 minutes with Dr. Russell, specifically on the issue of whether or not she had seen Dr. Laposata's reports, whether she was aware of Dr. Laposata's opinions, implying that Dr. Laposata had opinions about the dog bites. She was asked if she was familiar with Dr. Laposata's credentials. Dr. Russell said, yes, she was familiar with Dr. Laposata by name, that she thought she had impeccable credentials, and she very much wished she could have seen her reports. as it relates to dog bites. It was an intellectual curiosity by Dr. Russell that was evoked and elicited by Mr. Brennan on cross-examination of Dr. Russell. She was then asked the seminal question: did the defense, Dr. Russell, give you any reports by Dr. Laposata related to dog bites?
What page is that on here?
And the transcript?
Yes.
Oh, my motion's back at the desk.
I'm the one that talked about the jury instructions last night. You must have gotten off early.
Oh, I see it.
Does the court have it?
Yes.
Okay. I'll just read it. Question by Mr. Brennan to Dr. Russell. And so you think of all those forensic pathologists, medical examiners, you think that qualification and experience itself is not enough to qualify someone to give an opinion on a photograph about the genesis of a wound related to dog bites? Answer: well, if a forensic pathologist autopsied 1 or 2 cases of dog bite wounds versus my experience with over 500 to 1,000 cases of dog bite wounds, I'm not sure that person would be a very good expert in that kind of case. Question by Mr. Brennan: have you ever heard of a doctor named Laposata?
So are you going to read all 3 pages?
No.
So I've read it, Mr. Jackson.
I'd like to read it into the record, Your Honor.
It's in the record. I will put this transcript into the record.
She
I'm not
doesn't
gonna
want the
let you read
public
it.
hearing about it.
It's not 3 pages, Your Honor. It's about another 5 lines.
The
It just
part
goes to
that
the
you
top of the
brought
next
to
page.
my
Order of
attention is on
secrecy.
page 15, not where you're reading.
You can't see all the progress on the sidebars.
Colloquy between between Dr. Russell and Mr. Brennan was specific to dog bite wounds. It was specific to Dr. Russell's understanding of whether or not Dr. Laposata had been retained by the defense, whether she was a defense expert, whether she had written a report, and whether she opined about dog bites and dog bite wounds. And after she was asked if she had been provided any reports by the defense attorneys specifically, from Dr. Laposata related to dog bite wounds, Dr. Russell said, no, I haven't been. And to summarize her statements, which the court has in front of it, Dr. Russell went on and said, I really wanted to see what Dr. Laposata had to say about these dog bite wounds. I really wanted to read her report. But no, I was never provided her report or reports by the defense. And of course, Your Honor, as the court knows, that is standard operating procedure. I don't trade reports between and among experts, because obviously I want independent analysis. I don't want to cross-contaminate any opinions, et cetera, and be accused of doing so. So of course we didn't provide a report from Dr. Laposata to Dr. Russell. But Dr. Russell's intellectual curiosity was then extracted from the witness stand, and the jurors heard all of that. So then days later, not weeks, not months, 3 days later, after eliciting testimony from Dr. Russell about Dr. Laposata having a report, being hired by the defense on the issue of dog bites, and not providing that report to Dr. Russell, the Commonwealth then moves to exclude the very testimony that he was eliciting from Dr. Russell, leaving the jurors with a very, very deep and irremediable misimpression. They used it tactically as a sword and a shield, and that's burden shifting. That leaves the jury with the impression that Dr. Laposata was consulted by the defense, number 1, that she wrote a report, number 2, that the report was about dog bites, number 3, that she didn't provide that report to other experts, number 4, and the reason she didn't, obviously, is because her opinion, Dr. Laposata's opinion, would be harmful to the defense. That's the only reasonable interpretation of those facts. And the Commonwealth has taken advantage of that. The Commonwealth's questioning of Dr. Russell about Dr. Laposata and her report and her opinions about dog bite wounds specifically was deliberate, and it left the jury with an open question. We know they consulted her. We know it was about dog bites. This is how the jurors are thinking about it now. We know they consulted her. We know it was about dog bites. They hid the report from Dr. Russell because they didn't want her to know about it. Ergo, must be harmful to defense. Now we've got Dr. Laposata on the stand. Her credentials are peerless, absolutely peerless. They've got possibly the most qualified medical examiner in the country, certainly on the Eastern Seaboard, right in front of them, about 6 feet away, and the defense is not going to ask a single question about her opinions concerning dog bites when she reviewed the entire autopsy. How is the jury going to conceive that?
Sula, I listened or watched most of it beforehand. It's hard to stomach this stuff, but
How is that going to land
on your
with them?
health.
The answer is they're going to think, they have no choice but to think, the only reasonable explanation is if Dr. Laposata's opinion helped the defense, they would ask her. If they don't ask her, it's because whatever Dr. Laposata says about that right arm and those wounds, it's got to be harmful to the defense. They would absolutely ask the question. So the Commonwealth got to have it both ways. They got to ask Dr. Russell about Dr. Laposata and imply that Dr. Laposata had opinions about dog bite wounds, and then they have it the other way, which is let's ask the court if she will exclude Dr. Laposata from testifying about the very issue that they brought up in front of Dr. Russell.
I mean, it's classic slimy tactics here, and they're finally having all these little tricks and stunts come crashing on their heads, the prosecution heads. The jury's, like I've been saying, my perception before we even heard about the most recent feedback, I'm just telling you from my experience, you cannot act like Hank Brennan and win a case. No jury in America can listen to a guy like that. That's my prediction. And it looks like that's what's happening because the jury is fed up, according to Bid. They're fed up listening to this stuff. They already know the prosecution hasn't proven anything, except that they're incompetent and shady as all get out.
Cannot stand. That ensures,
not to mention the judge,
ensures that the jury will misrepresent or misunderstand the import of why we're not asking Dr. Laposata about her expert opinion, especially as it specifically pertains to dog bite wounds. I want to talk for just a second, and that has, by the way, that has constitutional implications. Ms. Reed is entitled to a fair trial, not a fair trial that the Commonwealth designs, not a fair trial that the Commonwealth curates, but a fair trial. Regarding Dr. Laposata's credentials, we went back through, specific to the court's questions yesterday, her resume. There are no fewer than 13 classes, 13, that she has taught specific to wound pattern recognition that have included dog bite recognition. On page 7, she was the course director for medical legal death investigation. That was in 2013. She taught about dog bite recognition in that case, or in that course. She was a thesis advisor for Master of Science Graduate Medical School, Boston University School of Medicine, taught about dog bites. Staying with page 7, forensic pathology course director in pathology, course 205, taught about dog bites. Member of Quality Assurance Committee, Training Division of Trauma and Surgical Critical Care, teaching on the issue of wound recognition, animal bites, and specific to dog bites.
Angie, you can Google complaints, Massachusetts judge, and you'll see the commission that you can make a filing to.
Pediatric forensic pathology, Texas Homicide Symposium. She was a presenter in 1989. She taught about the issue of dog bites as it relates to pediatrics, children, dog bites in children. Forensic aspects of physical child abuse as related to being left with dogs that can injure a child, dog bites, dog bite recognition. These are all classes taught by Dr.
I've never seen anybody that could manipulate stuff like Brennan. I mean, he's the best at manipulating and spinning stuff I've ever seen. The problem is it's easy to counteract somebody who's spinning truth and blocking truth like he does. So I would say something that the defense needs to do is expose the stuff that Brennan's done, and they should bring up the stuff that he did with regard to the X-ray not being disclosed to Welcher, and they could have corrected it while he was on the witness stand. If they happen to never talk about it beforehand, which I find impossible, they can bring up the stuff like what happened yesterday about the holes in the back of the hoodie that he claimed were done by the ground at 34 Fairview, when in fact it was the lab folks at the state crime lab that had cut open holes to test it. So, but like I say, I keep going back to what I've been saying all along, is that a guy like Brennan does not win cases. All right. He can just get in there and just berate people and just rip into them and make them really look like they're really small people, that he can just come in there like the big He-Man and just try to stomp on them. But you know what? Jurors hate that. And you don't win a case like that. So I don't know what his track record is winning. We know he hasn't won the Bolger case, but he was co-counsel on that. Yeah, I think he wasn't the only counsel. But here we go. This case, I don't understand how this is not going to be an acquittal.
Laposata
That
on
bad.
the issue of dog bites to other medical professionals. The one that stands out, however, and I'm not going to go through the other 9 or 10 or 11. The one that stands out is 2015 and 2016. 2 courses. The name of the course, Emergency Room Forensics, Evidence and Patterned Injuries. New England chapter of the International Association of Forensic Nurses, taught in Norwood, Massachusetts, both times. Specific to dog bites and the issue of dog bites as seen by emergency room physicians, how they should handle them, what they should do with them, how they should view them, what to look for in terms of pattern recognition. She's eminently qualified. I will leave the court with one thought. The court indicated when qualifying Dr. Russell, one of the preeminent things that the court mentioned in qualifying Dr. Russell is that
I don't know how any experienced, seasoned criminal law lawyer, either as a prosecutor or defense counsel, and he's started out as a prosecutor before he became defense counsel, how anyone would believe this case is a winnable case. So I think he knows he's got an ash and trash case he's trying to win. That's why he's trying to keep everything out. He knows all the weak points of the case, so he knows he's got a weak case and he shouldn't win it.
Dr. Russell utilized.
But I think he's thinking, if I just keep all the truth out and just act confident and beat up on these defense witnesses, I'm gonna be able to win it somehow.
A methodology that the court sanctioned and quoted and said the methodology that she used of wound pattern recognition, dealing with differential diagnosis, utilizing and interpreting dog bites by the method of exactly what Dr. Russell did. Differential diagnosis is something that the court said was exactly why the court sanctioned Dr. Russell and blessed Dr. Russell as a qualified expert, and that's exactly what Dr. Laposata testified yesterday she utilized and utilizes in coming to her opinion.
I put up on a YouTube video a couple weeks ago. Now, if you see the scorecard for Judge Cannoni, I talk about the links to get there as well.
And conclusions. Going back to the open door issue, obviously she's eminently qualified, but Your Honor, this cannot stand. The Commonwealth cannot have it both ways. They cannot walk up and say and leave the impression with the jurors that Dr. Laposata opined about the dog wounds, but we're not able to hear it. We, the jurors, are not able to hear it because obviously that is something that is her opinion, whatever it might be, is harmful to the defense. When in truth and in fact, it's exactly the opposite. Dr. Laposata's opinion has never wavered. those injuries on John O'Keefe's arm are from a dog, period, full stop. Anything less than presenting that to the jury at this point would be to perpetrate an intentional fraud on this jury. Ms. Reed is...
That's good. He's being aggressive, assertive, and stuff like that. That's what I've been saying all along. You got to go in there and you got to really be tough with this judge. You got to be willing to flip tables and really raise your voice. And we've seen that from Alessi before. If you don't show passion and that you're really outraged at how the judge is treating you and your client, then you probably shouldn't be a defense lawyer. If you're soft-spoken and you're not able to you're afraid to challenge a judge and really boom your voice in that courtroom, then you shouldn't be a defense lawyer.
She's entitled to more. She's entitled to better. She's entitled to the evidence.
All right, thank you. Mr. Brennan?
Yeah, Ginger, that's how absolutely insane this whole case is. They're trying to keep out the guts of the defense case. It's just the most asinine, crazy stuff I've ever seen.
The pattern of conduct that stands out is persistent, repetitive, contrary to court rulings and court orders, and deliberate. And that is, the defense uses their witnesses to vouch for their own credibility. They use their witnesses to introduce information they know is not admissible, and they use their witnesses to introduce otherwise inadmissible hearsay.
Monkey Boy Brennan, I showed that the last 30 minutes or so of my live stream last night, so I'm not going to cover it twice, at least not now.
Dr. Russell took the stand, and she was led into answers where she was vouching for her own credibility. Dr. Russell promoted herself not only as an expert, but through the defense's questions as virtually the only expert in America who has the expertise to give this type of opinion. It is the defendant's tactics that open these doors that they then want closed. The defense had Dr. Russell all but assure the jury that she uniquely was in the position to give any type of opinion regarding dog bites. Inevitably, when I asked Dr. Russell,
That's true, Doctor.
and I began asking her about her credentials, whether she thought that she was exclusive, and I mentioned Dr. Laposata, she denied ever reading anything about Dr. Laposata. I did not specify whether she read an opinion about a dog bite. I asked if she had heard about Dr. Laposata. She denied it. And then she told us that she knew about Dr. Sheridan. Unsolicited, then added that Dr. Sheridan, involved in a previous proceeding, believed that the bites were consistent with dog bites. I don't know how she became aware of Dr. Sheridan's testimony, and since the defense doesn't speak to her about these things, she must have watched it on her own. But inevitably, she introduced inadmissible hearsay and inadmissible opinions. And so the sum zero here is that Dr. Russell has denied that she saw anything relative to Dr. Laposata, ensured that she was exclusively qualified, and introduced an improper opinion.
Just stopped. I don't know what's going on here. Let's...
Her questions about her specific experience, she did not provide a basis, and so her opinions regarding dog bites should not be permitted in this trial.
Clear up the record. Two things stand out about that speech. Mr. Brennan literally just said, I didn't elicit any information about dog bites. I just asked about her experience. Question by Mr. Brennan.
That's not what I said. That is
Excuse me.
No, I'm not going to.
So
interrupt.
I heard what Mr. Brennan said. You don't need to tell me what Mr. Brennan said, but go ahead to
How
your
about if I
argument.
quote his words? How about that? Question. And so you think of all those forensic pathologists, medical examiners, and you think qualification and experience itself is not enough to qualify somebody to give an opinion on a photograph about the genesis of a wound related to dog bites. The question was specific to dog bites. That's how he introduced the subject matter to Dr. Russell. Then his next question was, have you ever heard of a doctor named Dr. Laposata? Those were his words. Then he goes on, I think he also just said, that he did not elicit information about other individuals, including Dr. Sheridan or anybody else. Question by Mr. Brennan. Were you ever told what other people's opinions might be regarding those photographs? That's the question that she was answering when she said, quote, I'm aware that there was a Dr. Sheridan involved in the previous proceeding, and he believed that those were consistent with dog bites. That was in relation or in response to Mr. Brennan's specific question. She didn't just elicit that. She didn't volunteer it. She said it because he asked her. And that was all by design. The entire thing has been by design. He elicited the information suggesting that Dr. Laposata was being hidden from Dr. Russell because her opinion would harm the defense. He left that with her on purpose, then turned around and 3 days later said, and by the way, the defense should be disallowed from using Dr. Laposata to talk about the very dog bite wounds that I asked Dr. Russell about. That cannot stand in this courtroom.
Go ahead.
It's helpful if you read the entire thing in context, which I won't do. We always have a right to object to an inadmissible opinion. So the suggestion that somehow an ambush here is not only misplaced, it's strategic by the defense to try to create a narrative. It's improper.
All right.
He's so weak.
I'll be out in 10 minutes on this, and we'll get started right away with Dr. Laposata.
Brennan would get kicked out of the courtroom on his head if he tried all these stunts in a real court of law. What a joke, this whole sham process. All right, let me proceed on here. Got to jump up to 53 for the rulings.
Adding burden shifting. So, order to testify. All right. So I'm not going to allow Dr. Laposata to testify regarding dog bites. Your rights are saved. I'm going to give an instruction
Unbelievable.
regarding burden shifting.
That's the whole defense. It's a dog bite. It proves there was no car strike.
And I don't think that the pure instruction can do anything except bring the point home again.
Okay.
But if the court is not willing to allow her to testify to her full opinion to immediately be assigned to the service, can she at least testify that she reviewed the arm, looked at the arm, and it's consistent with an animal? And we at least split the baby.
I will do that. I'll
Good.
allow that.
See,
Yes.
that's what I've been saying. With a judge like her or any judge that's blocking you from doing your job as defense attorney, you got to keep hammering away. You don't just sit there and make a pitch, and then the judge says it's denied. Then you just sit down. I mean, I wouldn't stop until I get what I want, and it does work that way. If a judge knows that you're going to go on and prove it through law and argument and really drive those points home, I've never seen it where you don't eventually get the majority of what you want to get in and should get in, because judges normally don't want to have the case reversed on appeal for a decision they made that's an abuse of discretion, because that could get it reversed on appeal. This judge, obviously, her rulings, she has to know this thing is going to get busted on appeal if there's a conviction. But there's not going to be a conviction here, guys.
Over the Commonwealth's objection.
And I look to have the cross-examiner.
So, you know what? Animal bite, dog bite. I think the jury's going to get it for what it is. But it's like so extremely crazy to say you can't mention a dog. This is a dog bite. Unbelievable.
No, Mr. Jackson said animal.
I'll leave it at animal if that's what I can get. I'll take what I can get.
In her experience, Mr. Jackson, you have to lay a foundation. In her experience, saying animal.
Why does it matter? Animal or dog? Why does it matter, Judge? Why does it matter? You obviously have an intent to keep the defense's theory out as much as you can.
Bites.
It's not going to work, though. The jury's...
This is consistent with what she has seen in an animal bite.
And that will include, I'll come to sidebar before I display anything, that will include a representation of what an animal jaw looks like.
No. No, it will not.
Why is that?
That's my ruling, Mr. Jackson.
So no visuals.
No visuals, just that one sentence,
joke.
that's consistent with
like
what she
this.
has seen.
Every day I say
an
it
animal
over and
bite.
over again.
A brief foundation, because I'm letting that statement in, as long as she has said, as long as she testifies that she has seen animal bites over the years.
That's a problem. You get judges appointed based on politics and not merit.
That's it, Mr. Brennan.
You get rulings
That's what I'm
like
doing.
this.
So you don't want an instruction, Mr. Jackson? Okay. All right. So there are two other quick matters, but the jury's been here, and I don't think we'll get past the break without this anyway. I may have left it in the... I left it in my office anyway. So let's just bring the jurors in and move forward with this. All right, Paul, I'm just going to...
Just this court is a mess. From the courthouse and everything else inside there, it's just a mess. Okay, let's go to direct continued for the doctor. She starts at 1:01, so jump ahead here.
Refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we left yesterday. Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow the instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case? Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left yesterday? Everyone said no or should. All right, can we have Dr. Laposata back, please?
That's true. Hope abounds.
Doctor, I'll remind you, you're still under work. Thank you.
Thank you. I will.
Good morning, Doctor.
Morning, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Jackson, go right ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Dr. Laposata. Nice to see you again.
Good morning. Glad to be here.
Yesterday, when we last left off, we were talking about a small injury to the upper eyelid of Mr. O'Keefe. Do you recall that?
I do.
Could we have Exhibit 165 with the court's permission, please?
Okay.
I'd like you to take a look at a specific area. If I could. There we go. Right here on this exhibit. Do you see that area?
Yes, I do.
Tell us what that is.
And that is a horizontal splitting of the skin, which was caused by application of force that overcame the tissue's resistance, so the tissue split. And behind that, we see the raccoonite discoloration of the eyelid from the basilar skull fractures.
Can we have Exhibit 13, please?
She's breathing heavier
I want to
today.
draw your attention to this area of the vehicle. First of all, do you recognize this photograph?
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize that photograph?
I recognize it from looking at it in my materials reviewed, that it's the rear of Miss Reed's SUV.
Taking a look at the area that I'm highlighting, right about there.
Yes.
Could we zoom in on that area? Do you see that overhang over the window?
Yes, I do.
If I use the word spoiler, would you understand what I'm talking about? If we call that a
Yes,
spoiler?
yes, I do.
Okay. Is the laceration to Mr. O'Keefe's upper eyelid that we just looked at, is that consistent in your opinion with a strike from that area of the vehicle if that vehicle were traveling in reverse at, say, 20 plus miles per hour?
No, that rounded, thick area would not cause that skin defect in his upper eyelid.
If, in fact, a person were hit at, say, 20 plus miles an hour in the face with that rounded edge, what kind of what kind of injury would you expect to see on that person's face?
I would expect to see a ribbon of bruise that would correspond to the height of that spoiler, and it would go across the eyeball, it would hit the nose. So I would expect to see some horizontal ribbon of bruise.
Did you see anything consistent with that, with Mr. O'Keefe's injuries?
No, nothing.
Thank you. We can take that down. We talked yesterday about this phenomenon known as coup contra coup injury to the brain, correct?
Yes.
What happens to the brain after a coup contra coup, a significant coup contra coup injury?
Yes, this was quite a severe brain injury. Was injured on the back of the brain and also the front of the brain. The falling back and impacting the back of the head made the skull fracture radiate along the base of the brain on the right and left sides. It also radiated around on the side of the skull, and that indicates a tremendous transfer of force and energy to the skull and then to the brain, and the brain is rattled around, therefore, within the cerebral spinal fluid in the skull. So what that does is that it breaks the connections between the neurons in the brain. And
That's a really something I've heard explain all this complex stuff to a layperson. The way she's looking at jury, she's really connecting with the jury, and they really like her. They can tell she's a sweet person, but they also see she's very tough and she's not going to be bullied by the bully in the room. So this was awesome to see.
it causes small little hemorrhages, and it causes the brain to swell. So when you get an injury, like if you get an injury on your arm, it starts to swell. The same thing happens when that injury energy is applied to the brain. The brain starts to swell. And unfortunately, the brain, when it swells, it doesn't have anywhere to go because it's encased in the skull. So what happens is that the brain and the brain stem under the brain starts to go down the opening in the base of the skull where your spinal cord goes. And that is a harbinger of death, because that means that the brain stem is getting pushed down in this hole in the skull and compressing the areas in the brain stem which control the heartbeat and breathing. And that's called brainstem herniation, and that you just die after that. So
Perfect explanation. She's not talking too fast. Even though she doesn't have a booming voice, she doesn't need it. Everybody's like on the edge of their seats listening to everything she says. So what an awesome witness. Her also being a professor at Brown University is also something that she's been doing many years, teaching other doctors. So what a great find by the defense. Innuendo, yeah, I can say that Brennan was dog walked by Dr. Laposata, and yeah, he pretty much was thrown under the bus, made a complete
that's
fool
what
out of himself.
happened to Mr. O'Keefe's brain.
Your Honor, I have a document that I'd like to approach with.
Yes.
Doctor, can you take a look at that document that I just handed you and tell me if you recognize it?
Yes, I recognize this.
How do you recognize that document?
From looking at the autopsy photos of Mr. O'Keefe's brain.
And what portion of the brain are you looking at?
This shows a photograph looking up under the brain, and it shows a cross section of the brainstem that went down in the hole in the base of the skull, and we see there's hemorrhage in it, and those have a special name. They're called Duret hemorrhages.
How do you spell that?
D-U-R-E-T with there's a little accent somewhere there.
Caret over the E?
Yes. And this shows that the brainstem is going down into the hole where the spinal cord goes. It's stretching the blood vessels and causes little hemorrhage and compresses the neurons in the brainstem, which control your heart rate and your respiration. It's called brainstem herniation, and that's a harbinger of immediate death.
Your Honor, with that, I would ask for the admission of the next, that document is next in order, subject to the appropriate actions.
Okay, so we'll take that into evidence. Yes.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, with the redaction, may I present the...
Not yet. 1 minute. Jurors, I told you before that there were photographs that have been introduced into evidence that aren't pleasant. And you may find that these photographs are graphic. And I'm instructing you again that your verdict must not in any way be influenced by the fact that these photographs, you'll see some more today, I believe, that have already been introduced into evidence. So your verdict must not in any way be influenced by the fact that these photographs may be unpleasant or graphic. The defendant's entitled to a verdict based solely on the evidence and not one based on pity or sympathy for the deceased, which might be occasioned by the photographs. Importantly, consider the photographs only as they may draw your attention to a clinical medical status or to the nature of Mr. O'Keefe's injuries themselves. So again, these will be presented to you in the deliberation room in an envelope. But today you'll see some on the screen, and I just wanted you to know that before you see it. So now you can display it.
Your Honor, may I approach very briefly?
Yes.
If you wouldn't mind taking a look at that document.
Oh,
Is that
yes.
a redacted version or a closer version of just the brainstem?
Yes, this photograph shows the cross-section going this way of the brainstem with the hemorrhages caused by the brainstem going down into the foramen magnum.
With that, Your Honor, actually, I think with the court's permission, I would trade that as the next in order rather than the unredacted version.
All right, is there any objection to the switching the exhibits like that? Okay.
Thank you.
Oh, and the arrows point to that on there.
So this is going to be the next exhibit,
That'll be it.
exhibit 225, Mark.
Thank you. The other one will be for identification, the first one.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And that'll be FFF for ID. Number F.
Okay, you can display it now.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Walt? Do you see what's displayed on the screen above your head?
Yes.
What is that?
Excuse me, that's a cross-section across the brainstem of Mr. O'Keefe, and it shows where the blue arrows I've put in there show the red areas, which are areas of bleeding, which is the sign of brainstem herniation. All the background is white material, and that's part of the appearance of neurons in the brain. So that shows that the brainstem because of the brain swelling, pushed it down into the hole in the base of the skull where the spinal cord goes, and it pulls on the blood vessels, causing the blood vessels to break and the blood vessels to bleed, and that shows you that the brainstem has been compressed and damaged, causing death.
May I approach?
Yes.
I'm holding a green laser pointer.
Oh, thank
You
you.
could use the display to your right, so the viewers can better see it. Could you point to the areas with that laser pointer of the bleeding that you indicated causes the swelling?
Okay, so, okay. Is that going on the?
It is. It's probably
thank
hard
you.
for you to see.
Oh, that's okay. So this sort of roundish thing is the brainstem, and the arrows are pointing to the red areas. So there's a blood vessel that's broken there because it's been torn and pulled, with surrounding blood going into the neuronal tissue here and over here and over here. And also some of this is also bleeding, with the blood looking brown because the brain was placed in formaldehyde. So all this brown area, the red area, should not be there.
Is this type of herniation life-threatening?
It causes death. Yes, it is life-threatening.
How quickly, we can take that down. How quickly, doctor, would you expect that this could cause, let's first talk about incapacitation.
Yes.
How quickly would someone be incapacitated after they suffer a coup contra coup injury of this magnitude with the concomitant injuries that you see in the brainstem?
Well, there would be two parts to what that injury would cause the body to do. First, there would be immediate unconsciousness because of the transfer of all the energy to the brain and the massive skull fractures. So that, excuse me, so that would disrupt the normal function of the brain and produce immediate unconsciousness. Then the brain would start to swell, and within 15, 20 minutes or so, then that brainstem starts to go down the opening in the bottom of the skull, and then the blood vessels are broken, the brainstem gets compressed, and the centers in that brainstem which control the heart and the respiration then stop. So you go unconscious, brain swells, then you die.
Turning to the actual, your review of the actual brain, in this instance, Mr. O'Keefe's injuries specifically, did you reach any conclusion or opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty about his incapacitation, the length of time it would take for him to become first incapacitated and ultimately to be rendered dead?
He would be immediately incapacitated with a decreased level of consciousness. Once he received that impact on the back of the head, he would not be able to make any purposeful movements. There might be some arm jerking or some seizure activity, but he would not be able to carry. He wouldn't be able to get up. He wouldn't be able to walk. He wouldn't be able to do any purposeful activity.
Like shut off his phone.
He would be severely concussed, unconscious, not able to walk, not able to carry out purposeful activity. And then as the brain continues swelling and that brain stem gets compressed, then the heartbeat is disrupted, the breathing is disrupted, and then those heart and breathing stop. And within 15 or 20 minutes, then he could be dead.
Is that opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty?
Yes, it is.
A little bit faster, this
You
part.
testified concerning wound pattern recognition pretty extensively during the course of your giving your qualifications. What is a patterned injury?
A patterned injury is very basic to the training in forensic pathology and medicine because it helps us understand some change on the body, some pattern injury that corresponds to the object that made it. So we can look at an injury and say, we can figure out what made that. Sometimes you can, sometimes you can't. But a pattern injury is very important for a forensic pathologist to recognize because it's going to really help the police investigation. Because I could say, oh, this looks like it's a wound from scissors. This looks like it's a wound from a screwdriver stab. So by identifying the pattern that object makes on the body. I can help the death investigation by helping the police say, look for some screwdriver, look for some hammer. So looking at that, identifying a pattern injury is really important it's basic to the forensic pathologist's knowledge base, and then also very important to the investigation of the crime or incident.
I'd like you to look at another photograph, an exhibit that's already been put into evidence. 160, please, with the court's permission.
Yes, jurors, this may be one of the photographs as well, or there'll be a series.
Dr. Laposata, I want to draw your attention to the center of this photograph.
Yes.
First of all, do you recognize what's depicted here?
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize?
I recognize it from reviewing the autopsy photographs of Mr. O'Keefe.
You reviewed it and forming your opinions and conclusions?
Yes.
Can you describe what's depicted in this photograph? What are we looking at?
Yes. So we're looking at the back of Mr. O'Keefe's head and an injury caused by the angular acceleration going down and hitting his head in the back. And then this is also a patterned injury. So what we see is the horizontal tear of the scalp, and we can see it's
Here.
undermined a little bit. So that means the direction is going from bottom to top. Also, we see these sort of vertical lines in here and down below. So what that tells me is that the back of his head hit something that had a fine granular pattern to it to cause those individual little marks, and then also something that had a linear or ridged pattern that he went back on that broke the scalp there. So
something was ridged that he fell back on and had some kind of lines in it, these vertical lines that went perpendicular to the actual cut line where the skin was cut across the back of the head.
we have two parts really to this pattern injury. We have the horizontal tear of the scalp made by impact with some sort of ridged surface. And then we have these vertical scrapes.
Yeah, what happened to the hard ground? The hard frozen ground that Brennan keeps talking about over and over again.
Of the skin above and also below. They're obscured a little bit by the ruler there, which says that whatever he hit had some little like granularity to it, with each little sort of granule making those vertical marks, and then the ridged pattern having the major point of impact.
What is the significance of the pattern when you say ridged pattern? And there's two things we're looking at: the laceration or the abrasion versus the defect above and below that laceration.
Yeah, so what this injury tells me, and what I would tell the investigators, is that Mr. O'Keefe went back onto some object that had some sort of ridge to it to make that horizontal tear in the skin, but that ridge also it wasn't smooth. It had some little grainy, grainy things sticking up on it that would make each of them.
Oh, there's a word
these
for that.
little things. And then it's the job of the police.
What was that word? I was talking to my wife about that today. She's an engineer, so there's a word for that. Oh, here it is. Not sure about the pronunciation. KNURL. So that's like on a weight, you have all those little rigid things on the part you hold. Curl, I guess you call it. KN, I don't know how you pronounce it. KN. Knurled, I guess. NURLLED. Okay. So knurling or knurled is what happens when you have a manufacturing process that creates a pattern of straight or diamond-shaped or raised ridges on a metal workpiece. So something like a dumbbell. Actually, let me pull that up here. I think it's worth looking at this. Okay, let me come back to this. We're at 122. Here's a Google search of it. See this right here? See, that's how a weight looks. See all those little grip enhancing cutouts? So anyway, that's what it sounds like she's talking about. Yeah, she's both engineer and lawyer, so great asset. Well, gotta switch it. Sorry. There we go.
The outside, yes.
Meaning photographs?
Yes.
Did you also see photographs of any significance to you related to the garage, the interior of the garage?
Sustained. Jurors, disregard that comment, that question.
What part of the
Keep in mind, pistol grips also have it, and that's one of the things I know some folks in law enforcement said that the J thing on the back of his head makes him think he got pistol whipped. So could have been the handle of the gun, or like if somebody's maybe holding the barrel in and just bashing him over the head with the handle of it.
area did you see? What part of the location did you see?
I saw all the scene photographs taken by the police, which showed the front yard in the area where Mr. O'Keefe was found. I also saw some photographs of the inside of the house and the inside of...
So I'm going to stop you there, Dr. Laposata. Jurors, I'm striking anything after what the pictures from outside, Mr. Jackson. Move on.
Let's stay with the outside of
Move
the
on.
home. Did
Yes.
you see the front lawn area?
Yes, I did.
How did you? What did you note about the front lawn area?
Well, I was looking at the area where Mr. O'Keefe's body was found, because we know once he came back and slammed his head, he's not going to get up and move around.
So, yes, I'm going to strike the second part of that. Just
All right, I want to bring that back
answer
here.
question specifically.
Okay, I'll try, Your Honor. Thank you.
Why were you interested in the outside area where his body was found?
Because then I could
It's-
identify
it's kinda
an
garbage.
object,
Hold on.
possibly. Your Honor. Well, I was,
I'm going to stop.
Location. did
Look
you
what they
see?
don't want to have discussed.
excuse me, I saw all the scene photographs taken by the police, which showed the front yard in the area where Mr. O'Keefe was found. I also saw some photographs of the inside of the house and the inside of...
So I'm going to stop you there.
Oh,
Dr.
Brendan wants
Laposata.
that
Jurors,
out.
I'm striking anything after what the pictures
Strike
from
the truth.
outside, Mr. Jackson. Move on.
Let's stay with the outside.
Move
of the
on. Look
home.
at she's mad.
Did
Yes.
you see
Look at move on. Look at how she's moving around. She's mad. She's ready to do some throwdown here.
the front
How dare you talk about that Albert house? You leave those Alberts alone.
lawn area?
Yes, I did.
How did you? What did you note about the front
Look at
lawn
her
area?
teething. Look
Well,
at
I
her.
was looking at the area where Mr. O'Keefe's body was found, because we know once he came back and slammed his head, he's not going to get up and move around.
She is. Look at her.
So, yes, I'm going to strike the second part of that. Just answer.
Once he slammed his head, he's not going to be moving around. She's already talked about that. He wasn't able to move around and use his phone. Your case is blew apart once again, Brennan. Keep hiding it. This jury is fed up with this
The question specifically.
sham.
I'll try, Your Honor. Thank you.
Why were you interested in the outside area where his body was found?
Because then I could identify an object possibly there that would have caused the injury on the back of his head.
Did you see any such object in any of the photos that you reviewed?
No, there was nothing. There was a flat.
Hence, you go look in the house.
grass surface.
Would the flat grass, let's assume that the grass was very cold and very hard, the dirt was very cold and very hard. Would falling backward onto that dirt, hard or not, would that cause the patterned injury that you see, that we just saw in Exhibit 160?
No.
That's why jury's fed up. They're tired of this. This has been going on for 30 days. And that's not including days off and weekends.
Why do you say that?
Because if you fall back on a flat surface, you get many times the tear you get in the scalp can be more like a star because you've just hit one part and then the tears go in kind of a star pattern. And also because you would not have those discrete vertical scraping of the skin. You would tend to, if you felt.
All right, sorry, I scared Leo. Sorry, Leo. I'm not really mad. It's okay. Leo gets scared if I raise my voice. Sorry, honey. All right, let's go.
Fell back on grass, you would tend to see, you might see grass in the wound, or you would tend to see an irregular kind of crisscross pattern of the flattened grass. And that's not what we have here on Mr. O'Keefe.
Do you have any training or experience in diagnosing hypothermia in individuals?
Oh, yes.
Have you conducted autopsies of individuals who've suffered from or died from hypothermia?
Yes, many.
How many?
100 or more, and then I've supervised my assistants who've also diagnosed the same death from decrease in body temperature.
Have you ever engaged in any death investigation, aside from the actual autopsies, death investigations in which the cause of death was deemed to be hypothermia?
Yes,
How many times would you say you've undertaken that type of investigation?
at least 100.
Have you ever reviewed any peer-reviewed medical literature associated with or discussing hypothermia and something known as Wisniewski spots?
Yes, that's in the medical literature and also in our forensic textbooks.
Did you review the medical examiner's file, Dr. Scortibello's file, as it related to, in connection with this case, you reviewed the entire file, correct?
I did.
Did you conduct a differential diagnosis as it relates to the potential for hypothermia?
Yes, I did.
Describe, before we get into your findings or your conclusions and opinions, what is inferential thinking?
Inferential thinking is another name for making a differential diagnosis. In other words, seeing a finding and then saying, how many ways can I get that finding? And then go and investigate each one of those ways and either rule them in or rule them out as being responsible to causing that finding.
Did you note whether or not the medical examiner, Dr. Scortibello, mentioned hypothermia as a potential cause of death in this case?
She did put that on the death certificate,
Along with something else?
along with the blunt force head injury.
Do you agree with or concur with the blunt force head injury
Yes,
as a cause of death?
Yes, Mr. O'Keefe died from the blunt force head injury.
Do you concur with the diagnosis of hypothermia?
No, the body did not have any hypothermia.
What led you to that conclusion?
Well, when you have we know that normal body temperature is around 98, and we know that then at the hospital that Mr. O'Keefe's rectal temperature was around 80. So we know that his temperature went down. So there are two ways the body temperature can get down. It can get down while you're alive, or a dead body also cools when it's in a cold environment. So those are the two things you have to look at.
I want you to take a look. I'm
Show
sorry,
Mr.
Mayor
Brennan.
Coach.
Yep, show Mr. Brennan.
Thank you, I apologize.
Yes,
Yes.
Do you recognize what's depicted in that photograph?
Hey.
yes, I do.
What is that?
This is a photograph I took from our forensic medical literature, and it shows the lining of the stomach. So the stomach is opened up, and we look at the lining of the stomach, and it shows a characteristic pattern of small ulcerations throughout the stomach, which are called medically Wisniewski's ulcers. And that allows a forensic pathologist to diagnose death from being exposed to a cold environment or death due to hypothermia. And they're caused by, as the body gets colder and colder when it's alive, the small blood vessels in the lining of the stomach, they start to break, and then they're in the acidic environment of the stomach, and you get tiny little ulcers, which then look like small dots. And that is how at postmortem examination or autopsy, it's one of the findings I look for to see if a person died from hypothermia.
Doctor, what is gastric mucosa as it relates to the stomach lining?
The gastric mucosa, when you open up the stomach and you look at the inside, the first cells lining that inside is called the mucosa.
Is that what we're looking at in this photograph or no?
Yes, we're looking at the mucosa with ulcerations, which are little craters that form in it due to hypothermia.
Is that exemplar of what Wisniewski spots looks like as it relates to hypothermia from a book that is, or literature that is peer reviewed?
Oh, yes.
Is it widely accepted in the medical field?
Yes, it is.
And is it referenced by forensic pathologists and used in teaching?
Yes.
Your Honor, I would move for the admission of that photograph.
Okay.
True. She's awesome.
So 226.
Permission to display, Your Honor?
Yes.
Is this a fair representation of what you were just looking at?
Yes.
Describe what we're looking at.
Okay, so this, I took this photograph from our forensic medical literature, and this was from a person who died due to exposure to a cold environment. And this is the stomach has been opened, and we're looking at the inside of the stomach. And the normal appearance is kind of pinky white. That's how it should look like. And what's abnormal here is all these black dots, which are the Wisniewski's ulcers, which are diagnostic of death due to exposure to the cold. So these areas are little tiny craters, and they fill up with blood. And we see that in over 90% of the cases of people who die from exposure to the cold.
Doctor, did you also look at Mr. O'Keefe's stomach lining?
Yes, I did.
If we could have, with the court's permission, Exhibit 164 put up as well.
Okay.
Do you see the photograph on the right?
Yes.
What is that of?
This is the Mr. O'Keefe's stomach, which has been opened up when we're looking at the inside. We see that the mucosa is a little bit red, and there's a little bit of increased blood flow here. And this is the normal pattern of the inside of the stomach. It's kind of ridged. That's called rugae. That's the normal folds inside the stomach. But there's no ulcerations here. So the diagnosis of death due to hypothermia is not appropriate in his case.
Did you see, or do you see, any classic Wisniewski spots in Mr. O'Keefe's stomach lining or gastric mucosa?
No, no.
Do you observe any ulcers specific to Mr. O'Keefe's stomach lining?
No, there are no ulcers. It's a normal appearance of what we would call a gross specimen when you open the stomach. At autopsy, you can see some redness of the normal lining of the stomach.
Did you, let me ask this first. Do you have an opinion as to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty based on the totality of your review and examination of the autopsy and its associated file, an opinion as to whether or not Mr. O'Keefe died of hypothermia or complications related to hypothermia?
I do have an opinion.
And what is that opinion?
He did not die of hypothermia.
And is that opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty?
Yes.
Taking a look at the darker red areas in the stomach lining of Mr. O'Keefe on the photograph to the right.
Yes.
That's Exhibit 164. Can you describe what those are? What are those darker areas?
Well, here we see a little bit of bleeding. The darker areas are the areas of the lining that are at the bottom of the normal rugae, because the inside surface of the stomach sort of looks like it's covered with little mountains. And so we can get the redness in between what the rugae in the stomach, and there's a little bit of increased redness here, but no ulceration.
Do you have an opinion, or were you able to form an opinion as to what the increased redness might be or is associated with?
Yes.
Did you note anything of significance in the rest of your examination of the file, the autopsy file, the medical examiner's file, that was related to what you see in the photograph 164?
Yes.
All right, I'm going to see its eyebrow for just a minute here.
We can take that down.
One of the things I noticed today, let's jump ahead here. Wait, no. We don't see the prosecution. I notice when Hank walks back, he doesn't ever look at the jury. I've never seen him look at the jury. He's not reading the jury, so...
May I continue?
Yes.
Thank you. With regard to the, it's my word, not yours, Dr.
It's something I'd be doing casually, looking over jury anytime I'm walking around the courtroom. I'm going to be looking at them. Because you're afraid to make eye contact with them, you're not looking at them. You can pick up cues, and so I don't see any sign that he ever is looking at the members of the jury.
So forgive me, the defects, the redder marks that you're mentioning on the rugae or in and around the rugae on the gastric mucosa. Did you note that there was a machine that was used for life-saving measures as it related to Mr. O'Keefe?
Oh, yes, it caused some damage to the body.
Okay, let's talk about that for just a quick second. What is that machine called?
It's a mechanical device to administer chest compressions, and the company that makes it is called Lucas, or one of the companies, so it's called a Lucas machine.
Yeah.
And it can be attached to the body. Your arms go up over a ridge, and there's a plunger, and it goes around your back, and so it just
Right.
plunges, and it does mechanical.
She goes on to do the math. This thing does chest compressions of 100 an hour, or no, excuse me, 100 a minute. So she said about 30 some minutes, like 35, 37 minutes that she estimates based on the records that John O'Keefe would have been on that machine. So that's, 3,700 chest compressions, which is a lot, and could explain some of the other injuries that are internal.
Resuscitation and chest compression,
Including
compressing the
breaking rib.
chest right over the lower sternum, about 2 inches or so. And it's very helpful in a situation where the manual compressions, where the attendants and the ERT people, they get tired continually compressing for a long period of time. So the mechanical device was invented to prevent the EMT fatigue when administering chest compressions.
When you mention the sternum area of
Yes.
the body, are there, let me go without saying, are there organs beneath the area that's being compressed by the mechanical Lucas machine?
Oh, absolutely.
What do those organs include?
Well, ideally they include the heart, because that's what's supposed to be pumping the blood out. But it's also in a circular area that's right below the sternum, which includes the heart. But what is also under there is the esophagus and the interior of the stomach. So this area is right under where the machine is compressing as well, as long as, in addition to part of the head of the pancreas, which is also right there under the lower sternum. And what can happen with the Lucas machine pushing in for 100 times a minute for a depth of about 2 or 2.5 inches, that these organs right underneath of it get compressed between the Lucas pump and the bony vertebral bodies that's along their back. So you have the Lucas machine compressing these organs, and they're compressing them against the vertebral bodies of your bony vertebral column in the back. So you can get other injuries, organ injuries, that is a complication of the automated mechanical resuscitation. You can get cardiac ruptures, you can get ruptures of the liver, because all those organs are clustered right there, and that machine is pushing those organs in between the pump and the back of the bony spinal column.
Doctor, in your review of the medical records, was there any indication that an automated chest compression machine, a Lucas machine, was used on Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes.
May we can take this down?
Yes.
There's two documents that I'd like to show you. First,
Yes.
that document, and then after you're finished, familiarize yourself. First one and the second one.
Yes.
Taking the first document that addresses the Lucas machine,
Yes.
how do you recognize that photo or those series of photos and graphs?
These are illustrations I put in my report, and one shows a generic patient with the Lucas machine in place around him to do the chest compressions. Then I have a photograph of the actual apparatus of the Lucas machine itself. Then I show what's recognized as medical complications and injury from that machine. It shows, I have an example of a CAT scan of a section through the body horizontally, right where the plunger goes into the chest. And it shows in another patient hemorrhage around the pancreas and around the top of the stomach. Then I have a diagram also taken from our medical literature that shows the direction of force that compresses the
Jump ahead here.
blunt compression of the Lucas machine.
Is that opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty?
Yes.
Mr. O'Keefe, were you able to reach an opinion and conclusion as to the cause of death of Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes.
What is that opinion?
He died of brain injuries and skull fractures due to blunt force trauma of the head.
Do you hold that opinion for Mr. O'Keefe's cause of death to a reasonable degree of medical certainty?
Yes.
I want to shift gears for a minute, Dr. Laposata, and talk about patterned injuries elsewhere on Mr. O'Keefe's body. You've obviously talked about your training and experience as it relates to recognition of patterned wounds, correct?
Correct.
That's something that you were trained in when you were training, correct?
Yes, it's very basic to the discipline of forensic pathology.
And have you also trained others during the course of your 40-year career on the issue of wound pattern recognition?
Yes.
You've taught courses and given lectures, is that right?
Yes, I have.
I'd like to show you Exhibit 167 with the court's permission.
Okay.
Do you recognize what's depicted in this photograph?
Yes.
How do you recognize it?
Is a photograph of the right arm of Mr. O'Keefe.
Did you review and consider this photograph and others in coming or forming your opinions, coming to your conclusions and opinions in this case?
Yes.
In order to come to your ultimate opinion and conclusion, or opinions and conclusions in this case, is it important to take all of the injuries that a decedent may have suffered into account rather than one or two piecemeal?
Now you have to look at the whole picture to understand what happened to the body.
Why is that? What's the importance of that? It may be obvious, but explain that for the jurors, please.
Well, when you're looking at changes and injuries to the body and trying to understand what happened to the body, there are different patterns of injuries on different parts of the body. And by trying to separate those and understand what patterns were caused by certain things, then you're able to put together a sequence of events that happened to the body prior to death.
What role do photographs play in a forensic medical examiner reviewing the medical evidence and coming to opinions and conclusions? How important are photographs?
Oh, those are huge. It's standard practice to always document at the postmortem examination important findings with photography.
Were the photos in Mr. O'Keefe's case useful in coming to opinions and conclusions concerning his injuries altogether?
Yes.
What about the injuries to his right arm?
Yes, those photographs are very important to understand those injuries.
Do you believe that
Well, that's the amount of gaslighting the Commonwealth is doing. All they got to do is find somebody that'll say they're not. How ridiculous that is.
there's a patterned injury on Mr. O'Keefe's right arm?
Yes, there is a pattern injury there.
So they only have Welcher to testify that those are consistent with the tail light. So you're going to believe Welcher over all these three forensic pathologist.
Have you ever seen, in your experience, either being taught or teaching, patterned injuries as they relate to animal wounds generally?
Oh, absolutely. Very common.
Do animal wounds include both claws and teeth, dentin?
Yes.
So bite marks and claw marks might be two different types of patterned wounds that you may see in your evaluation, just in
Correct.
general?
Correct, because when an animal approaches the body, there may be damage from the claws and also from the mouth.
Do you expect to see punctate wounds as well as linear abrasions?
Yes.
Do you expect to see certain bite patterns as well?
Yes.
Welcher is not a medical doctor. Not at all. He has a PhD only in biomedical. Subcomponent of that is biomechanical. I don't mean only, I just mean not something for treating patients.
What types of injuries, let's talk about animals in general, what types of injuries do animals produce on the skin of human beings?
Well, animals can produce, if you're talking about, mammals, they can produce injuries from their claws, where you get parallel scrapes of the skin from the claws applied to the skin, or you can see a pattern from the jaw configuration of the animal. And most animals that attack or get in contact with the body have canines, so there's two canines on either side that make paired marks, and that would be called a pattern injury. So it makes parallel sort of gouges, and as the canines move in a horizontal pattern or a vertical pattern, the space between them can change. The other thing you see in a animal bite is you see not only the canines that come out, but depending on how the jaw is applied to the body, you can have little dot-like imprints in sort of a U-shaped pattern, which are from the incisors, the little incisors of the animal. So you look for punctures, you look for paired gouges, which would be the canines, and then you look for arced patterns of little dots, which can be the application of the incisors of an animal bite.
What is an incised wound?
An incised wound is a wound due to cutting from a sharp object.
Would you expect to see incised wounds from an animal bite or claw marks?
No, they don't cause, they're not like knife wounds. They cause more of a scraping injury.
Do you see the injuries that you're looking at in Exhibit 167, are these more consistent with incised wounds or the scraping abrasions that you just talked about?
Sustained.
Were you able to determine from your review of the medical records whether
Back that
the
up.
injuries that you see on Mr. O'Keefe's right arm were pre-mortem or post-mortem? You see the injuries that you're looking at in Exhibit 167, are these more consistent with incised wounds or the scraping abrasions that you just talked about?
You can object to that, Brennan, on...
Sustained.
Okay.
Were you able to determine from your review of the medical records whether the injuries that you see on Mr. O'Keefe's right arm were pre-mortem or post-mortem?
They were, yes, I can determine that. They were inflicted prior to death.
Do you have an opinion as to whether or not the wounds that
So think about it. That is huge, folks. These were inflicted prior to death. So, and these look defensive in nature, as we heard before from Dr. Russell. So if they're defensive in nature, and we know from this doctor that John was unconscious immediately when he hit his head, so that meant he was fighting the dog and then hit his head.
you see, the patterned injury that you see on
To say the dog was attacking him and he was trying to defend himself, and that's a point he fell back. It's
Mr. O'Keefe's right
possible, unless something else happened and the dog attacked him when he was on the ground, but
arm is consistent with an animal bite or claw marks?
Yes, it is, very much.
Thank you. You can take that down. May I have just a moment, Your Honor? Actually, Your Honor, may we approach very briefly?
Okay.
all right, I want to see. They don't show the prosecution, but they're not really looking at the jury either.
Yes.
You indicated that, in your opinion, the wounds to Mr. O'Keefe's arms were pre-mortem, not post-mortem. His right arm, I should say, were pre-mortem, not post-mortem, correct?
Correct.
What's the basis for that opinion?
Well, a forensic pathologist has to be able to differentiate changes that happen to the body while the person is alive versus things that happen after the person is dead. For instance, there is something called post-mortem predation, where if the body is out in the woods and dead, then wolves and such can come and make, quote, injuries to the body. But we're able to tell from our training and experience that those were made after death. The usual way we tell is that when it's made during life, the blood vessels that are damaged, the heart's pumping blood through, so you can see a reddish color and maybe some blood around it. Whereas if the body is damaged after death, the changes to that body and those, quote, injuries look more yellowish and kind of brown because the blood is not flowing. So that's how you can tell if something done to the body is while the body was alive or whether it was done after death.
Do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty that the wounds on Mr. O'Keefe's right arm were pre-mortem?
Yes, they were done while he was alive and bleeding.
You talked about death investigations. As a matter of fact, you mentioned something about what a forensic pathologist's role is in a death investigation to potentially send investigators back out to answer certain questions, correct?
Yes.
Did you see any evidence in the medical records or the medical examiner's complete records that any effort was made to send investigators to the location to see if there were any animals at the location at or around the time of John O'Keefe's death?
Sustained.
We know that was coming. Can't talk about the Alberts' dog Chloe. I mean, this is so egregious, unbelievable.
Do you believe it's important? Well, let me ask it a different way. Would following up,
It's like the main thing that her job is to do is to protect the Alberts. That's like the judge's number one job: protect the Alberts and protect the prosecution, and of course that involves Morrissey as well.
with investigators be an important part of any forensic pathology investigation?
Oh, absolutely. You're working as a team to figure out what happened to the body.
Thank you. We talked about the theme and theory of differential diagnosis, correct?
Yes.
How does engaging in the process of differential diagnoses avoid bias in an investigation?
By after you have your findings and you sit back and think, well, how many ways could I get this finding? And so bias sometimes means, oh, I think it's this, and then you just stop. So that's a sort of a bias where you make a decision too quickly and you don't then stop to consider what other things could cause this same finding. So you have to consider not only what immediately comes to mind, but then you think, how else could we get this pattern of injuries?
Did you engage in a differential diagnosis as it relates to this case?
Yes,
Did you consider whether the injuries could have been caused by a motor vehicle accident?
I did consider that.
Did you consider whether Mr. O'Keefe's right arm injuries specifically could have been caused by being hit by a motor vehicle?
Yes, I did think about that.
Were you able to rule that out?
Absolutely.
So the objection sustained, jurors strike that answer.
Tell me about, well, let me ask it this way. Did you
Jury knows the
come to an opinion
answer.
or conclusion as to whether or not Mr. O'Keefe's injuries as a whole were produced by a motor vehicle pedestrian incident?
Sustained.
You indicated that you've done thousands of autopsies yourself, correct?
Yes,
And you've supervised many times more than that.
correct.
How many of those autopsies that you've performed or supervised have involved motor vehicle incidents?
Hundreds.
How many of those hundreds have involved motor vehicle pedestrian incidents?
Almost as many.
Have you performed autopsies specifically on individuals known to be hit by vehicles?
Yes,
Have you performed autopsies on individuals believed to be hit by vehicles?
yes,
Have you engaged in differential diagnosis and inferential thinking in terms of developing an opinion or conclusion to a medical certainty about whether or not the injuries that you see on a decedent are consistent or inconsistent with a motor vehicle pedestrian incident?
yes, that's part of what we figure out as a forensic pathologist.
Did you do that in this case?
Yes,
Sustained.
What are some of the injuries that you would expect?
Part of what we figure out as a forensic pathologist.
Did you do that in this case?
Yes, I
Sustained.
You can't say you did that in this
Motor vehicle
case.
thinking in terms of developing an opinion or conclusion to a medical certainty about whether or not the injuries that you see on a decedent are consistent or inconsistent with a motor vehicle pedestrian incident.
Yes, that's part of what we figure out as a forensic pathologist.
Did you do that in this case?
Yes, I
She can't talk about what she does as part of her job and how she did it to be a consultant on this case. I just unbelievable.
Sustained.
I'd be having
What are some of the injuries
sidebars.
that you would expect generally to exist if a pedestrian is hit by a motor vehicle at speed, not 1-2 miles an hour, let's say 20 plus miles an hour?
Yes, one of the things you see is a pedestrian is, standing upright and is impacted by this blunt object of a automobile or a van or SUV. And what you see first most is the tissue is crushed where the projections of the vehicle impact the tissue. And when you crush the tissue, that gives you a bruise. So that's the first part of the pattern of impact. It crushes the tissue, it gives you a bruise because it breaks the blood vessels underneath the skin. And then depending on how much more force is applied, the skin can break.
So I'm going to strike that. Next question, Mr. Jackson.
In addition to bruising, what else might you expect to find?
Force is the pattern of impact. It crushes the tissue, it gives you a bruise because it breaks the blood vessels underneath the skin. And then depending on how much more force is applied, the skin can break.
So I'm going to strike that. Next question, Mr. Jackson.
In addition to
Why? I mean, it's all secrecy. It's a court of secrecy. It's not even a court. It's a star chamber, an inquisition.
bruising, what else might you expect to find in an individual who's been struck by a vehicle at speed?
You don't see
So let's
stuff
come over
like
to
that. I haven't anyway. He can only do this because he can get away with it, and he's only doing this because he's always got a loser case. He's not a good enough lawyer to win a case without blocking virtually everything he can from the defense and what they have a constitutional right to present. So when you stop to think about it, if the only way you can win a case is to block the defense theory every step of the way you can, you don't have a case and you're not a good lawyer, because a good lawyer should be able to let the defense present their case and you can just cross-examine them and present your own witnesses and prove your theory and your case is what the truth is about. But he can't do that, and he knows he's got a loser case. But he took this case without even knowing enough about it. He never saw the first trial, from what I heard. So why would he leave a private practice to go take on this nut job case? You really got to be nuts to take a case like this from Morrissey. Wouldn't somebody be going like, you want to pay me to take a case that nobody in your office wants to handle?
May I inquire?
Yes.
I forgot where I left off, so I'm just going to pick up.
Okay.
As best my memory can serve me. It has been suggested that Mr. O'Keefe's right arm, doctor, was injured by contact with the right rear taillight of Miss Reed's 2021 Lexus LX570.
No, I'm allowing that in.
Thank you. As Mr. O'Keefe, it was struck as Mr. O'Keefe was standing and the Lexus backed into him. That was a postulate put forward. I want to find out from you, do you agree with that?
Well, that's something to think about.
So,
Oh, I'm sorry.
yes, I'm going to strike that question and answer.
Let me ask it a different way.
Boy, is she testy this morning. Wow.
Let me ask you a different question. Do Mr. O'Keefe's pattern injuries on his right arm, do they correspond to injuries that could have been produced by irregular fractured plastic pieces impacting his arm?
No, not at all.
Why do you
Not
say
at
that?
all.
First of all,
See, I love it. She's saying no, not at all. Rather than saying is it consistent with or not consistent with, that kind of stuff, she's saying the absolute truth is that no, this could not have happened.
But those injuries are patterned injuries from an animal bite. We have the canines, we have the incisors.
All right, so I'm going to strike that, and let's see you at sidebar.
Canine. It came out. Canine. Cat's out of the bag now. Or should I say dog? Keep blocking the truth, and eventually the truth is going to work its way out. You had the first one that mentioned that the first trial was a jury trial was Brennan, of all people. All right, let me jump ahead. There's Karen's parents. Look, see Brennan, he's not looking. Let me back that up. Look at Brennan now. He's not looking at the jury. He doesn't look comfortable at all. This is like 1.25 speed, but
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
it's
In
like
your
there's no
report,
jury
Doctor, you
there.
indicated that Mr. O'Keefe's patterned injuries on his right arm do not correspond to injuries that could have been produced by irregular fractured plastic pieces impacting his arm. Do you recall putting that in your report?
Yes, I
And
wrote that.
Do you
That's my-
stand by that?
Yes, that's my conclusion.
And you also wrote his arm had no tissue bruising from impact injury. Do you remember writing that?
Yes,
Do you stand by that?
I do.
You also wrote, neither did his skin show any array of irregular, unpredictable, randomly scattered cuts and scrapes at various angles and depths. Do you remember writing that?
I did.
And do you stand by that?
I do.
You also wrote that you noted Mr. O'Keefe had no bruising on his arms or torso. Is that right?
Correct.
And you also wrote, in particular, Mr. O'Keefe did not have bruises on his legs, correct?
Yes, correct.
And you indicated that that was shown by dissection of the leg tissue and muscle at autopsy. Is that right?
Yes, there was a special leg dissection done to look for bumper impacts.
You reviewed the entirety of the medical records associated with the autopsy,
Yes.
including photographs,
Taken to the hospital, yes.
okay, and autopsy photographs,
Yes.
and other data and documentation, correct?
Yes.
Are x-rays an important part of an autopsy generally?
Oh, yes, usually there are x-rays taken of the body
Here you go,
prior
here's
to
X-rays.
the examination.
What do x-rays show? Why are those important?
They're important because they show foreign material in the body, like a bullet. They also image the skeleton, so we can look for fractures of the bones.
I may have just one, Your Honor.
It's those framed like the hoodie.
May I approach?
Okay.
Yeah, this doctor, she knows Hank. She knows his ways, so she's not going to get pushed around. Just over an x-ray, you got to have a sidebar. Really? Oh, brother. Let's see here.
May be seated.
Dr. Laposata, you can step out, okay? All right, I did receive another motion this morning for a curative instruction. I'm not going to even consider this today. We can consider this at
It's that issue about Brennan cross-examining Wolf having to do with the holes in the hoodie. They need a better curative instruction than what the judge gave. That was pretty much a joke.
charge conference. So that's where we're at with that.
No
All right,
big deal.
work it out.
instruction.
If you can't work it out, let me know. I'll come out before the jury.
All rise to the court, please.
Okay, let's see here. Time wise, 2:23. Six.
Yes.
On the court's bench, there's an item that I'd like to retrieve back.
Miss, we need that marked for identification.
I need all three of them marked for identification.
Okay, and we'll do that afterwards. Just please go ahead.
All right, in about 3 minutes, we got Brennan's Cross.
See any x-rays?
I did.
What were the x-rays of?
The x-rays were taken of Mr. O'Keefe at the medical examiner's office, and they were x-rays of his chest, his arms, and his legs.
Did you specifically review x-rays of his right appendage? Hand, forearm, arm.
Yes, they were included in the x-rays.
Have you seen x-rays before?
Oh, many times.
How many times?
Thousands, probably.
Is part of your job to review x-rays?
Oh,
To make
absolutely.
a determination of whether or not they indicate broken bones, fractures, hairline fractures, things of that nature?
Yes, as part of the medical legal autopsy to study the x-rays of the deceased.
That's done in the ordinary course of being a forensic pathologist, is that right?
Yes,
Are you trained on how to read x-rays?
yes.
You have to be a radiologist to read an x-ray?
I'm surprised Brennan, I guess Brennan was trying to block because she's not a radiologist, so she shouldn't be able to talk about x-rays.
As a medical doctor?
No.
Medical doctors do that all the time, correct?
Yes, it's part of general medical training.
And is it also part of specialized training for forensic pathologists?
It falls under the rubric of general radiology that a doctor knows. There are some specialized areas in forensic where you have to understand like decompositional changes that you can see on an x-ray that aren't something that you would see in a clinical setting.
Taking the appendage one item at a time, did you look at Mr. O'Keefe's x-rays of Mr. O'Keefe's right hand?
Yes.
Did you see any defect in the bones of the right hand?
No bony defects, and the tissue was normal.
Did you take a look at the x-ray of Mr. O'Keefe's right arm?
Yes.
Did you notice any defects at all in the bones in the right arm?
No, the bones in the right arm were intact.
Nothing. No
breaks,
fractures at all.
Correct, no breaks.
Fractures, hairline fractures?
No.
Did you look at the upper arm x-ray of Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes.
Did you note any defects in the bone structure of Mr. O'Keefe's upper arm?
No, the bones were 100% intact.
No breaks, fractures, hairline
100%
fractures?
intact.
Correct, none of those.
Not even a hairline fracture.
In your mind, based on your review of those three x-rays, the hand, forearm, the arm, that arm had suffered any kind of bone trauma at all?
Sustained.
Is there any indication based
Cannot talk about trauma to the arm. I mean, this is
on your review, your expert opinion?
loser
on
case,
broken fracture?
No,
corruption,
the bones were intact. No breakage, no fractures.
scam.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Great job. This is awesome. And watch him. I'm going to put it real normal speed here.
Good afternoon, Dr. Laposata.
6 minutes till the afternoon.
Oh, she corrected him. Look at that. She's putting him on notice. You're not going to pull any of your trickster shenanigans on me. As I said earlier, for you, those of you joining late, Brennan in private practice has called this doctor as a consultant in several cases. He has like 3 or 4 of them. So they have a working history together to some extent.
Good afternoon, Dr. Laposata.
6 minutes till the afternoon. Good afternoon.
That's okay.
He said, that's okay.
You wrote a report in this case, Doctor?
That's okay for him or for her? Inside, he's just so mad because like, oh, great. I screwed that up and she's got to call me out on it. But this is a prelude to what's going to happen.
Yes, I did.
Do you think that based on your analysis, was Mr. O'Keefe thrust backwards? Is that what you determined looking at his head injury?
That he was, I didn't understand you had your hand in front of your
Sure,
mouth.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
There she goes.
Talked about
That's great. She couldn't hear him because his hand is from. She's scolding him.
in this case, Doctor?
Yes, I did.
Do Do you think that based on your analysis, was Mr. O'Keefe thrust backwards? Is that what you determined looking at his head injury?
That he was, I didn't understand, you had your hand in front of your
Sure,
mouth.
I'm sorry.
Yeah,
You talked about a head injury that Mr.
Awesome.
O'Keefe had. That he
Yes.
Well,
suffered
that's
from.
twice. Well, when it first 10 seconds or less, she's letting him know you're not going to push me around with your bully tactics.
yes,
That caused his death.
yes.
Was that caused by being thrust backwards?
Yeah, the motion was upwards, down.
Okay. And the way you just showed it could be a fall.
Correct.
Did you have an opinion looking at his wound that he was thrust backwards?
What do you mean thrust?
Well-
His body went backwards. There may have been some applied force to it.
I don't know about thrust. I'm asking if you have an opinion. Your words. Do you have an opinion about thrust?
What do you mean thrust?
Did the forensic pathology diagnosis mean Mr. O'Keefe's body was thrust backward?
If you want to say thrust as indicating movement, that it went backwards, then you could say it was thrust.
Okay, may I approach?
Yes.
I'm showing you page 2 of your report, Dr. Laposata.
Yes.
I'm just going to ask you to read it, not out loud, and then I can ask you the question after we take it, but I want to
Yes,
take a look.
yes.
Are you familiar with that?
No, absolutely.
Yeah, we don't know how the X-rays showed up. They showed up 2 weeks
Dr.
ago.
Laposata, what did
Or
you
when?
mean when you described that Mr. O'Keefe's body was thrust backward from a standing position?
I mean that he was standing upright and his body had momentum and went down and hit at the back of his head. So when it was thrust backwards.
You cannot tell forensically how much momentum he had, can you?
No, we don't do those analysis.
You can't tell if anything caused that momentum based on the head injury, can you?
What do you mean causative? It was caused by his body went backwards.
Yes. And so the amount of force causing him to go backwards, that's not something you can determine from the head wound, is it?
No, I can't tell you the amount of force. It was significant because he had the massive skull fractures.
Did you say it would be significant?
Yes, significant force.
In modern medicine, there are a number of different machines that can help us see the brain, like a CAT scan, perhaps,
Sure,
MRIs.
yes.
Would you agree with modern medicine that the use of MRIs and CAT scans and other tools give a clinician equal, if not better, opportunity to examine the brain
What's these
as
points he's
actually
making?
cutting it and holding it in your hand?
No, the actual gold standard is the pathology, to be able to have the brain in your hand, look at it with your naked eye. And we have conferences in the hospital where we meet with radiologists and say what we find at autopsy and see if their radiology was correct.
Can CAT scans and MRIs show contusions on the brain,
Well, they might.
subdermal hemorrhages,
Subdural hemorrhages. Yes, they can.
herniations?
They can.
Do you have
I think he said subdermal instead of dural.
Meet with radiologists and say what we find at autopsy and see if their radiology was correct.
Can CAT scans and MRIs show contusions on the brain,
Well, they might.
subdermal hemorrhages,
Subdural hemorrhages.
There.
Yes, they can.
herniations?
There she again corrects him. Big difference, subdural versus subdermal, meaning your skin, versus subdural inside your brain.
They can.
Do you have any doubt about the modern medicine and the use of MRIs and CAT scans? Do you think they're inadequate in any way?
Well, I'm not a clinician, so I don't use those to diagnose diseases in living patients.
Dr. Laposata, have you ever had any experience studying the brain in real time, clinically, going and opening somebody's skull and treating the injury before the person dies?
No, I'm not a neurosurgeon.
You don't have any.
So this is typical technique of cross-examination. Just start going down rabbit trails of other types of things that people like her do not utilize to testify in court, and then he tries to make it look like she should not be qualified to testify in court. But anyway, she's
Neurological expertise, do
schooled
you?
from here.
I'm not a neurologist. I'm not a neurosurgeon. I'm a forensic pathologist.
Do you have any clinical experience at all
What's clinical got to do with this?
where there's an acute head injury
That's not required to be an expert like her in forensic pathology.
and you're making an effort to observe it and analyze the injury as it progresses in an attempt to save the person's life?
I don't treat or diagnose living patients.
I understand, but as far as your background, have you ever had any experience, clinical experience, showing the progress of an actual brain injury and trying to treat it?
I understand the physiology of what happens to the brain when it is impacted by something, whether it be a bullet, a boulder, a fall. So I know what happens to the body to cause the changes from that trauma. I don't treat people for those injuries.
In observing a brain that's in trauma and making determinations of how long it's viable or whether the person will expire, do you know the process that a neurosurgeon would go through in order to fight to preserve the
Check
person,
relevancy.
save the person? Do you know the step-by-step process that they would undertake
To do what?
to try to operate or save somebody from a head injury, from a brain injury?
Try to save some. What's this got to do with anything?
I'm going to allow it because of prior testimony.
Well, it depends on what the brain injury is. If you have head injury and you have bleeding on the brain that's pushing the brain one way or the other, it would be a subdural. Then a neurosurgeon would come in and try to take that blood away so it doesn't compress the brain. So that's something that neurosurgeons do to treat head trauma. They can also put in drains into the ventricle of the brain, and that can relieve pressure in the brain because that brain swelling is a bad thing. So those are some of the things neurosurgeons do to treat brain injuries.
And can they remove part of the skull to relieve pressure?
Oh, yes, they can do that. It's called a craniotomy. They can take out part of the skull if they need to.
What's this got to do
There
with
are a
anything,
number of
Frank?
different steps that a neurosurgeon
Brennan?
can take when someone suffers acute brain trauma to try to save the person, isn't there?
Well, the job of any doctor is to try to save a human life if you treat living patients. So certainly a neurosurgeon would evaluate the patient and decide if there's any treatment needed that could improve the patient.
When you've had cases in the past as a medical examiner where there have been issues regarding brain injury, wouldn't you agree that you have sought outside consultation with people who have a higher degree of specialty in brain injury than you?
Sometimes what we do is when we're examining the brain, we can call in for a conference and have a neuropathologist come in and review the brain with us.
And back when you were a medical examiner, you did that on a number of occasions, didn't you?
Yes, that's routine.
The reason why is because there are different specialties in medicine, and some are different and separate than your specialty, correct?
Of course.
And a neurosurgeon or a brain surgeon, it would be a different specialty than yours.
Yes.
And they're focused on the brain, yes?
A neurosurgeon does brain surgery.
And so, how many times in your career do you think that you've assisted the help of neurosurgeons to take a look at brain study to help you?
I've never needed to speak with a neurosurgeon to look at a brain. Sometimes we call in neuropathologists, and we have a forensic neuropathology conference where we look at brains with the interns and residents.
How often would you call a neuropathologist?
Oh, maybe once a month we would have a routine conference.
Got to do
And
it.
again, the neuropathologist, that's dealing with a person's brain after they're already died.
Correct.
So it's not a clinical setting or a clinical experience of actually watching the brain at work and seeing the injury as it progresses.
We don't do neuropathology like that on living people. The person is deceased.
You had an opinion to the jury today, and you said that you believe that Mr. O'Keefe died within 15 minutes.
His voice and tone are totally different than what he's been doing this whole trial. So
Yes, I think that process would start within 15 or 20 minutes.
Is that to a reasonable degree of medical certainty, that opinion?
Yes, based on the severity of the injury and the brain swelling.
You're aware that there are numerous level 1 trauma centers around the country that deal with brain injury, right?
Sure.
And the idea is that people suffer all types of brain injury, and if they are given medical attention in a reasonable amount of time, there's a chance they can be saved, yes?
It's possible, but many are so severe that they cause death no matter how fast they can get medical attention.
In fact,
you're trying to make out that John O'Keefe could have been saved if Jen McCabe wouldn't have stalled on the 911 call? Is that what you're trying to do here, Brennan?
every day when people get the right attention or proper attention, they're brought to level 1 trauma centers around.
I.e. the kind you didn't get at 34 Fairview from the folks in the house, the Alberts. Is that who you're talking about here, Hank? Or are you talking about Jen McCabe stalling the 911 call, not sounding urgent, not saying it was a cop, not saying, hurry, the guy could be dying?
Around this country to try to help them if they
Or should I say the police officer, my person I love is dying, hurry, hurry. None of that.
them. Isn't that fair to say?
I would hope so.
Do you think?
Sure.
When you looked at Mr. O'Keefe's brain, obviously it's after he already expired, correct?
Obviously,
And
yes.
so you didn't have any
There again, she makes a jab at him, obviously. No, I looked at his brain while he's still alive. I mean, what kind of a question is that? I mean, you tell me that's not upsetting to the O'Keefe sitting there in the room? You can't even frame your questions properly when you're talking about the brain, the retracted brain of your dead John O'Keefe, either son or brother, whatever the case is, for who's
clinical observation of the progress of his injury that night, did you?
I was not observing him. I did not observe how he got his injury.
When you gave an estimate or you give an opinion about
well, that's a good one too.
Obviously,
and
yes.
so you didn't have any clinical observation of the progress of his injury that night, did you?
Progress of his injury.
I was not observing him.
Of course she did. Nobody did. For medical doctors, until he got to the hospital and he's pronounced dead there.
I did not observe how he got his injury.
When you gave an estimate or you give an opinion about how long he was alive for, are you aware that there's certain tests that are done by neurosurgeons when people are suffering brain injuries, but there's an attempt to save them?
Sure.
Have you ever heard of a Guzman coma score?
Glasgow, you mean?
You know, it is Glasgow, but you've heard of Guzman?
It's called Glasgow coma score.
Have you ever seen the assessment that a level 1 trauma center goes through when they're trying to save somebody with a brain injury?
I'm generally familiar with the emergency procedures to save somebody's life.
Have you ever read any statistical studies attempting to correlate the brain injury with the time somebody would live for?
I am aware of that, and I see that in my practice of people who have survived brain injuries and die of something else. Then I can look at the brain and understand how the brain can heal or react to injuries.
And many people who suffer coup conquer coup will go into a brain surgeon center, and many of them pass after time, don't they?
Now, every case is different.
Right. Some might live for an hour, hours.
What's this guy doing? I mean, he's just rambling on about like he's some conversation with her, like he's just trying to impress her with his medical knowledge.
Weeks, months, or survive the injury.
It
Isn't that fair to say?
it depends on the case.
It sounds to me like he knows he's got nothing to cross her on. He's just trying to engage in some medical discussion because she just crushes his
In
case.
this case, you don't have any objective criteria to identify the amount of time Mr. O'Keefe would have lived if he had the appropriate help. Isn't that fair to say?
Is the jury not thinking about the Alberts, McCabe's?
I don't think it would have been effective because there were massive skull fractures to the base of the skull, and there are cases where the amount of force and energy applied to the head, causing skull fractures, breaking the neurons, causing the brain swelling, despite rapid medical treatment, those people cannot be saved. They can't effectively stop the brain swelling.
Many people can't be saved. Did you know that about 1/3 of them do get saved?
I don't know what you're talking about. 1/3 of everybody has different sorts of injuries. 1/3 of what?
With a clivus fracture, coup contra coup. Are you aware that 1/3 of those patients survive if they get the proper treatment?
There's so many variables there. What's this got to do with anything?
It depends on the amount of force.
Okay. Are you aware that a study would show, have you ever read a study by Isaac Wolf on clivus fractures?
No.
Have you read any studies on clivus fractures?
Clivus fractures? Yes, I understand what clivus fractures are. It's a part of the base of the skull.
Okay.
And
And
it
have
depen-
you,
Oops. Okay, go ahead.
please, did you want to say?
No, you go ahead.
Oh, I'm sorry. Have you read any studies that tell you with the proper treatment, despite these potentially catastrophic injuries, that 1/3 of patients can survive?
No, but that's not the case we have here.
And so in this case, I asked if you had any objective criteria. You don't have any objective criteria about the progress of Mr. O'Keefe's wound that can be a basis for you to conclude that he would have died in 15 minutes. Isn't that fair to say?
No, I understand what
Like she's never been schooled in how to and trained and seen cases to know how long somebody has to survive a certain type of injury. That's exactly one of the main staples of
happens to
her
the
job
brain when it
is.
gets that sort of injury. I understand the time course and the physiology. I've seen hundreds of individuals who've had brain injuries. Some survive for a longer period, some die earlier, and it depends on the amount of force and the amount of brain swelling. And in Mr. O'Keefe's case, we had the massive skull fractures of the base of the brain and immediate swelling and subarachnoid and subdural. So he had a large force applied to his head, which caused the brain swelling and the and the progression of the brain stem down through the foramen magnum that stopped the brain. It was a very forceful impact.
You examined his brain after you looked at photographs. You can't tell us objectively when his brain swell started.
It started immediately after impact.
And you can tell
Oh, like you can, like any of your experts, sorry, Leo, like any of your experts have said the exact time of death from a medical standpoint.
us what the progress of that brain swell was by looking at his post-mortem photos.
By looking at the postmortem photos and the postmortem examination, I can tell the degree of force from the extensive skull fractures that were present.
What was the degree of force?
It was medium to large.
Well, that's a wide range. What do you mean? Quantify medium
So I'll
to
strike
large,
the
please.
comment. Ask the question, Mr. Brennan.
What does medium to large mean?
Enough to cause a lot of fractures to the skull. He didn't just like sit down and lie down.
If he sat down and lied down, he probably wouldn't have fractured his skull, correct?
That's obvious, yes.
Right. And so when you're telling us you can identify that he immediately died or died within 15 minutes, I'm asking you for objective.
Well, what's objective criteria? Objective criteria. Like she's not using objective criteria to come up with her expert opinion. This is
I'm asking you what objective information you have. And so you said
over and over and over again. This is so sick.
that there was a large amount of force, correct?
Sure, but because there were massive skull fractures and
And-
there's a lot of energy transmitted to the brain, starts swelling immediately
How do you know this wasn't medium force and not large force?
because of the extensive number of skull fractures.
So are you saying it was medium or large force?
Medium to large.
Okay. How much force is that? Can you quantify it?
No.
What other objective criteria do you have to support your opinion that Mr. O'Keefe died within 15 minutes?
My training and experience of seeing thousands of deceased people from head injuries and knowing some of their clinical course when they get immediate medical treatment, they don't survive.
But you would agree many do.
Depends on the case.
What difference does it
And in
make?
this case, you didn't have any opportunity to observe.
It's like he's trying to rub it into O'Keefe sitting in the room, like, look, he had a chance to live. He had a chance to live. He just got proper medical attention. And it's like, well, who was there to assist him at 34 Fairview? It wasn't until Karen showed up. And even when she did, what did Jen McCabe do? What did Brian Albert do? Nicole Albert.
The progress of Mr. O'Keefe's injury that night, correct?
I'm going to allow that.
I wasn't there.
You had-
The body told me what happened to it.
You have no assessment of the development of his brain injury and how much time it took that night, do you?
I do, from understanding the significant skull fractures.
I mean, what attorney thinks you can impeach her by asking questions that you have no foundation for? Who's advising him that this is a legitimate question, and who do you have to back this up? It's just badgering a witness with some made up gibberish here.
And the swelling of the brain and the compression of the brainstem, that all happened very rapidly because of the amount of force that caused all those skull fractures on the base of the skull that actually then hemorrhaged into his upper eyelids. That's a large amount of force.
Was gross edema found on his brain?
I think it was swollen, yes.
But was that a finding?
Yes.
Where did you see that?
So why would you use gross edema as that word when the jury members don't even know what that is? And then she's trying to explain what that means. So this guy is just so terrible.
Finding?
Well, in order to have the herniation of the brainstem, the brain swells.
Where did you see that finding?
I can't answer that. I just know it from understanding, looking at the pathology.
So at the end result, at some point, Mr. O'Keefe had gross edema.
In order to get the brain stem hemorrhages, the only way you get that is because the brain has swelled. And there's no, after injury, tissue swells, and there's no place for the brain to go when it swells except down into the natural hole in the bottom of the skull where the spinal cord goes down. So that's where the pressure goes. So that seeing the brainstem herniation tells you that the brain has swollen a lot.
Undoubtedly, but it doesn't tell you when it began to swell or the progress of that swell, does it?
I don't know what you mean.
You see inevitably because of the swelling, there's the suffocation, but when you see that, you don't know when the swelling began or how quickly it progressed. You can't tell that from an autopsy.
Yes, you
Can
can, because of the severity of the skull fractures. I know there was a lot of force, and that force applied causes you to go unconscious, then your brain swells. If there was just like one skull fracture, then that's a little bit different. But this was massive skull fractures on the base of the skull. So there's a lot of force applied. So I know because there's a lot of force applied to cause the skull fractures, that the brain would swell rapidly.
You would be unable to identify the rapidity of the swelling if you don't know the amount of force. Isn't that fair to say?
Well, I do know the amount of force because of the amount of skull fractures.
In what you know is, in your words, medium to large force.
Yes,
You've heard of periorbital ecchymosis,
yes.
and that's sometimes called raccoon eyes.
Well, periorbital ecchymosis just means bleeding and bruising around the eyes.
And you saw the bruising around Mr. O'Keefe's eyes, didn't you, in the photographs?
Well, it wasn't bruising caused by blunt force trauma to the eye. It was bleeding in the upper eyelid because the plates above the eye and the base of the skull were fractured by the skull, by the brain hitting it. So, and that's a result of basilar skull fractures and not the application of force directly to the eye.
Would you agree it takes a few hours for the bleeding to accumulate in the person's eyes?
No, as soon as you break the skull bones and the heart's pumping, the blood comes out of those injuries.
So
It starts to accumulate right away. It starts within minutes, you can see it.
So you would disagree with the suggestion that it takes at least 1 to 2 hours for that bleeding to occur in the eyes. You disagree with that?
I do disagree with that. It starts immediately.
Do you have any studies that you've relied on or literature or support for that?
I understand the physiology of what happens when you get those skull fractures and the density of the blood vessels. And if your heart is pumping, you pump the blood out those broken blood vessels into this small area above the eye. And
Do you have
it can happen within minutes.
Do you have any studies or literature to support that?
That's my training experience. I can't cite you a particular article at this time. I could certainly go look it up and bring
Badgering.
it to you.
Okay.
You're not
Let
one
me
to
ask you
point you're
questions about the
badgering
wounds
her
to the
same
back
thing
of
over and
Mr.
over.
O'Keefe's head.
Yes,
You see a linear abrasion?
yes, vertical lines, yes.
Now, would you characterize this as a classic wound caused by
Classic?
falling backwards and landing on your head?
What do you mean every wound is different.
Every wound is different?
Sure, every person's different, every way you get injured is different.
And so if somebody falls backward on their head and suffers the basal fracture, the wound, from your perspective, can look different.
It depends on the impacting surface.
Wounds on the same surface, say two people fell on the same surface, could they have different wounds on the back of the head if they suffered the same injury?
In theory, if they fell, if they rotated their body, if you could reproduce something exactly, then you would see the same wound patterns.
This wound pattern is typical of falling backwards on a hard surface, isn't it?
We know it's from falling backwards and striking something hard.
Can the frozen ground be hard?
A frozen ground can be hard, but it doesn't fit the pattern in this injury.
We'll get to that, but is it
Oh, okay.
hard enough to cause a basal fracture?
It can cause a skull fracture.
The frozen ground is different than a sheet of ice, right? It's not smooth and flat like a sheet of ice, is it?
Well, it could be, I guess.
Okay. You mentioned there's some granular patterns in this wound.
Yes.
Didn't you?
Yes.
The area in front of 34 Fairview, the frozen ground, do you know if there was any impediments in the lawn that was frozen?
In the what? Oh, the lawn?
Yeah. Yes, sorry.
Yes, I saw the scene photographs when the snow was removed, and it was like winter lawn grass, so it was some green, some brown that was pushed down, and like straw that was going different directions, which wouldn't give you that pattern.
Did you see the exact area where Mr. O'Keefe last moved?
I saw that general area, and there were a lot of photographs,
Well,
yes.
You say general area. Can you tell us that you saw photographs of the spot where Mr. O'Keefe was lying?
I wish you would have asked or mentioned the garage in the house again and make him shut her down with the judge. That'd have been hilarious.
When he was found?
Yes, that general area.
Could you see the
Are you allowing me to talk about the garage, basement of the house?
ground where his head was? Can you identify that?
Yes, with the scene investigation, they shoveled the snow off of that area.
How dare you contain her to just talk about the yard? What a shameful
And,
disgrace.
You had never had a chance to go out to that scene yourself, did you?
No, I just looked at all the photographs.
You cannot see what's under the grass and the dirt, can you?
Well, dirt's under the grass.
Well, do you know if there's any rocks or impediments or bumps?
It was a smooth surface covered with grass.
It was a smooth the front lawn was a
It
smooth
was a
surface?
flat surface
Flat.
covered with grass.
Okay, and do you know what was under the grass, whether there was any pebbles, rocks, debris
I didn't see any.
from the photo?
Correct.
But you don't have any firsthand knowledge that exact area where he ended,
Neither do you.
what the turf was like, do you?
I saw photographs of that lawn where they removed his body from.
So you're relying solely on the photographs, is that fair to say?
Correct.
Do you know if Mr. O'Keefe was wearing anything that could cause abrasions when he landed to cause that scraping pattern in addition to the linear abrasion?
He did have a baseball hat on, but that would not cause that pattern.
The area of the abrasions, is that in the area of the level of where a baseball hat would be on the back of somebody's head?
It could be.
Could be. If somebody hits the ground and falls backwards, can they slide?
And if they're on an incline,
What if they're thrust?
well, if you fall backwards and you fall backwards on an incline, your body might move.
Well, what if you fall backwards on flat ground? Does the body, can it move after it falls?
Not really, maybe a little. If from the momentum of the impact, it might move slightly, but not really.
So when a person falls backwards and lands, you don't think their head
Yeah, think about that. Of all the time she's telling the defense to hurry up, move on, and we've heard enough. When is she ever doing that to Brennan? When he's just droning on and on over and over again. Look how much
Has
time
any-
we've wasted.
room for movement?
Not significant.
Well, not significantly, maybe just a quarter inch, half inch.
No, it's possible.
Okay. And did you see the scrapes around the wound of Mr. O'Keefe's head?
Of course I saw them, yes.
And they're all within, what, about an inch?
What are you describing? What part? Are you describing the tearing, the laceration of the scalp, or the vertical abrasions?
The vertical abrasions,
There were maybe an inch, inch and a half.
inch and a half? Do you think that if someone fell backwards and landed on their head, they could move an inch and a half?
Well, he landed on something that had a ridge on it to cause the laceration in the scalp, and then with a little bit of movement, those vertical scratches were caused by some kind of like pebbly-like surface.
You mentioned that the orbital bones were broken and you had opined that it was caused by the brain. Do you agree that a brain is very soft, consistent with, for example, tofu?
Oh, gross. What do you mean? It is soft.
Is it that soft?
So, oh my gosh, can you guys believe that? So with the Keefes in the room,
Is that the texture of it?
Well, it depends.
Tofu. Bones were
talking
broken
about-
and you had,
he's talking about brains like John's being tofu.
opined that it was caused by the brain. Do you agree that a brain is very soft, consistent with, for example, tofu?
Oh,
I'm not-
gross. What do you mean?
Good. She called it gross what he said. That is awesome. Yeah, even Leo had to get up for that one. He's thinking it's pretty gross. Gross comment. Insensitive, indifferent, but he doesn't care.
It is soft.
Is it that soft? Is that the texture of
Well,
it?
it depends on what kind of tofu you have.
Okay. Do you think that the orbital could have broken when the break on the back of the head split the skull and then would cause the orbital break instead of the brain?
The orbital plate fractures, if you look at the base of the skull after you take the brain out, you can see the fractures go up from the back to the front into the orbital plate. Sometimes when you fall backwards, the brain can also slap those orbital plates and cause some damage, but I could trace the fractures from the point of impact along the base of the skull to the part of the skull over the eyes.
Do you think the base of the skull break, when it separates, could have caused those orbital fractures?
I don't understand your question.
Okay. When Mr. O'Keefe incurred that head injury,
Yes.
the basal fracture, do you think that the pressure, the damage from that basal fracture, the separation, could have caused the orbital breaks in his eyes?
Well, the fracture of the plates above the eye, when the blood is still pumping, there's a space there where the blood can come down into the upper eyelid.
So you described the brain as causing that break. I'm asking you, could it have been from the basal fracture, from the skull fracture?
Yes, the fracture that was caused by the impact to the back of the head, radiating to the front of the base of the skull.
So when you told us on direct it was from the brain that caused those fractures, was that just a summary, or was that to a reasonable degree of medical certainty?
Well, sometimes the brain can also, in a fall, flap and hit those, but in this case, I could also see that the skull fracture started at the back and came to the front, but it could also be contributed to by the brain hitting those delicate bones.
I guess my question is, when you've provided the opinions generally of what you believe and what you've seen, are these general opinions, or are they actually specific opinions based on the facts of this case?
They are opinions based on my examination of this case, but all that's based on my 40 years of training and experience.
Well, when you
Yeah,
told us
that's all subjective. You don't have any objective training or experience. It's all subjective.
about the brain causing those orbital fractures, you would agree with me, at least now anyways, that it very likely could have been the basal fracture that caused those breaks.
Yeah, both.
It could have been both?
Sure,
Okay, could it have been just the basal fracture?
that's possible.
When you offered the opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty, had you considered the basal fracture as the source of those breaks?
Of course.
Is there a reason you didn't share that with us and you just said it was the brain?
I had no reason not to share it.
Okay. Was there any depressed fracture to Mr. O'Keefe's skull?
No.
Can you tell us a little bit about a depressed fracture? Depressed fracture is different than what we saw with Mr. O'Keefe, isn't it?
A depressed fracture is when something fractures the skull and then pushes the skull and moves the skull inward. This just had a fracture, but it didn't move the skull inward.
And you've seen depressed fractures in your practice over 40 years, did you say?
Of course.
In those 40 years, depressed fractures can happen from sharp objects,
Sure.
pointed objects.
Sure.
If someone hit a person in the back of the head with enough force, with like a hammer, for example, that could leave a depressed skull fracture, couldn't it?
Certainly. You can hit somebody on the head with a hammer and cause the fracture, and then the continued force will move that fracture into the brain.
There was no depressed skull fracture in this case, was there?
Correct.
You gave some opinions today about your, Well, you gave some opinions about wounds on Mr. O'Keefe's arm. I'd like to talk to you a little bit about that.
Sure.
Could we have that photo brought up, please?
This is good.
Do you see all of those superficial abrasions?
Yes, I see patterned injuries.
Right. Would you agree that they're superficial abrasions?
Yes, they go along the skin surface.
How many punctures would you identify in that photograph?
There's no points he makes here that helps the Commonwealth. There's nothing here, Brennan. It's all is exculpatory, and yet he wants to bring up the photo of the arm. Real smart.
Let's see, there may be some punctures like around the elbow, consistent with the teeth puncturing. Most of them are the teeth scraping along the skin.
I'm not going to ask you what you believe the cause was. I'm going to ask you just about the wound. How many punctures?
Don't talk about the cause. We don't want to know the
This
cause.
doesn't show.
Jury doesn't need to know the cause here. That's what for us to tell them with Blue Man. Only Blue Man can talk about the cause. Nobody else.
There are other photographs which show more of them, but there's the little dot-like areas. You could call an area of skin puncture.
Can you tell us from this photograph how many punctures you would say are in that photo?
I didn't count them.
Well, did you suggest that there was more than one puncture?
Leslie and I were talking about that today as well. Friday verdict, but it'll probably spill over into Monday because Hank will be running his cross too long and direct.
On that wound?
I think I see more than one, yes.
Pardon me?
I see more than one on there.
Okay, could you give us a count of how many punctures you see?
Well, without looking at all the photos, I couldn't give you a correct number.
Okay. You've written a report, haven't you?
What?
You wrote a report,
I did.
and in your report, you describe many of those abrasions as punctures, don't you?
Yes.
And a puncture isn't just a scratch. A puncture is a penetration of the skin, isn't it?
Now, a point-like penetration.
A puncture has a very specific medical meaning, doesn't it?
Yes, it's a point-like penetration of the skin.
And according to you, there are many punctures in that wound.
Yes, I can see 1, 2, 3, 4, 6 or 7.
Can medical professionals disagree on opinions about wounds and causes?
I suppose they
Question
can.
is that? Make some point.
You also gave some opinions that you did not believe that Mr. O'Keefe's scratches were caused by having some impact with broken pieces of plastic or glass, correct?
Correct, they weren't caused by that.
Broken plastic or glass can cause a number of different angled wounds, can it?
It causes an array of irregular, random injuries.
It can have
Yeah, not a pattern all the way up and down your arm.
infinite different patterns, couldn't it?
Could.
No.
There's nothing to hold a wound from a broken shard to be north or south or east and
Oh yeah. If it's plastic or acrylic, but not if it's all in a straight pattern like that from a dog that looks defensive dog bite.
west. It all depends on how the force is impacted on the body, true?
I'm not quite clear on your
Okay,
question.
I'll try to do better. When you're talking about shards of broken glass or broken plastic, there is no set direction that they may cut somebody, is there?
Well, it would depend on the case and how those occurred.
They can happen in many different forms as far
But there was a set pattern here. So what's your point? He's not even making any sense. I just don't get
as
this.
depth, yes?
Well, anything's possible.
How about length?
What about length?
Wouldn't that change? Couldn't that change depending on how the injury occurred, the length of the wound?
Sure.
And in this case, you talked about your opinions of injury relative to a motor vehicle, didn't you?
That was something I considered.
That's something you considered. Did you know much about the details of the motor vehicle in this case?
Yes.
Yeah, Nan, you're saying you think Hank's trying to show inconsistencies with a medical examiner here in Russell who said these weren't punctures. Yeah, I mean, is that scoring you any points? You're really impeaching them against each other. You're not scoring any points.
When you considered your differential diagnosis, did you consider whether there was any DNA on the vehicle?
I didn't look at any of that.
I'm sorry?
I did not look at any DNA.
Did you know if there was any hair on the vehicle?
I don't know.
Did you consider the scene itself where there may have been a debris field? Did you take a look at the debris field in this case?
I know there were photographs of various pieces of plastic
3-week
around the
debris
area where the
field.
body was found.
And do you remember where those pieces were found?
Somewhat, yes.
Over
Did
3
you-
weeks? Yeah, over 3 weeks. You might want to clarify that there, counselor.
Have an opportunity to consider other evidence like a shoe in the area near where Mr. O'Keefe was found.
I know one shoe was on his foot at the hospital, the other was at the scene.
Do you know if his hat stayed with him after he landed on the ground?
The hat was in the area where his body was found.
Did you take a look at his pants, the back of his pants?
I looked at that, yes.
Okay, what did you see when you saw the back of his pants?
Well, because he had bled from the back of his injury and he was on a hospital gurney, some of that blood came down, so some of the blood was on the back of his pants.
Did you see anything else other than blood on the back of his pants?
I don't remember.
I'm sorry?
I don't remember if I saw anything else.
Did you look, when you were doing your differential diagnosis, did you look at any evidence other than physical evidence? Did you look at any data evidence?
I don't know what you mean, data.
Like data you would find on a cell phone?
No,
Did you look at any of the data evidence from the defendant's Lexus?
no, other than looking at the contours of the back to see if it had impacted Mr. O'Keefe.
When you were doing differential diagnosis, did you look at any information that would tell you what the speed of that impact may have been or allegedly was?
Well, it didn't hit him, so it doesn't matter.
Okay. So you didn't care to know anything about the car or the data in the car because you had already formed your opinion?
It did not hit him, so it was not relevant to my opinion.
Is that a different way?
By looking at the body, I could tell that there was no evidence of impact with a vehicle.
Is that
So
a-
whether the vehicle was going slow or fast is not relevant.
This is what you bring out
So
on
you-
cross. Wow. Awesome lawyering here, Brennan. Awesome. Thank you so much. This is what you bring out on cross, something that absolutely crushes your case like this.
Well, it didn't hit him, so it doesn't.
diagnosis, did you look at
Looking at the contours of the back to see if it had impacted Mr. O'Keefe.
Yeah, there's no injuries. except
when
for
you were
fact
doing
that-
differential diagnosis, did you look at any information that would tell you what the speed of that impact may have been or allegedly was?
Well, it didn't hit him, so it doesn't matter.
She's look at the way she's looking. I'm like, are you like not smart enough to figure this out?
Okay. So you didn't care to know anything about the car or the data in the car because you had already formed your opinion?
It did
Then he
not
doubles
hit him,
down.
so it was not relevant to my opinion.
Care to know anything about the car he was?
He keeps doubling down when he gets.
When you were doing
question
differential
that blows up in his
diagnosis, did you
face.
look at any information that would tell you what the speed of that impact may have been or allegedly was?
Well, it didn't hit him, so it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
So you didn't care to know anything about the car or the data in the car because you had already formed your opinion?
It did
What's the car data got to do with stuff? Computer stuff goes wrong all the time.
not hit him, so it was not relevant to my opinion.
Is that a different way?
By looking at the body, I could tell that there was no evidence of impact with a vehicle.
Is that
So
a-
whether the vehicle was going slow or fast is not relevant.
And so you didn't do even.
I mean, that's just golden. This is like, yeah, this is like the biggest dagger right here for the Commonwealth. She's looking at him like, you can't figure this out. You have to know this. You can't be serious.
Didn't try to get any information about the speed of the vehicle. It was totally irrelevant to you.
He keeps doubling down on this. It's unbelievable. He doesn't know when to let his foot off the gas.
Correct.
And did you also disregard? Well, let me ask you: do you ever look at statements?
I look at witness statements if they're
Here he's coming.
available to me.
Were any of the
Karen Reed.
defendants' statements made available to you?
I did hear some of them.
Did you
Like-
consider the
Like Karen's statements can overcome physics in engineering and medical causation in forensic pathology.
ones that you heard?
Of course.
Which ones did you hear?
I really can't answer that. I don't know
don't
what
make any
you'd have
difference.
to
It's
give
like-
me an example.
Just like the speed of vehicle doesn't matter, Hank. You just don't get it.
You said that when Mr. O'Keefe was first incurred his injury, you think that he was unconscious?
Yes, I think that the severity of the impact made him immediately unconscious.
So if hypothetically Mr. O'Keefe incurred his injury sometime around 12:32, is it your opinion that he never moved again until he was moved physically by somebody else?
Well, I don't know the exact time that he got the injury on the back of the head, but after that time, he could not carry out any purposeful activity.
May I approach sidebar, Your Honor?
Okay.
Gosh, he should have not done any cross. He just buried his case. Yeah, I think this is a huge, massive win here today. This takes the cake so far. Of this whole trial, the defense has got the best witness right here. All the defense witnesses except the cop Dever were
Right.
were credible, likable.
Okay, thank you.
Can't rattle any of these defense witnesses. It's really great to see. Okay, then here we got about 11 minutes where Brennan's going to be arguing about an audit showing the negligence of the doctor and then Rhode Island autopsy backlog. He's saying that she resigned shortly thereafter and left 1,500 bodies unattended. And he says she also didn't show up at the state nightclub for a fire for at least 17 hours. In a Commonwealth versus Tompkins case, they attempted to have her testify as an accident reconstructionist, which was denied. Saying in a Patino case, she was scrutinized and allegedly knew the mother had beaten the boy, but said the boy fell off the bed. Jury was justified discounting her testimony, lacked credibility. And Jackson countered that by saying she did not leave 1,500 bodies unattended. The audit reflected that the new chief medical examiner's deprioritization over quality control. It's a 25-year-old political fight. None of this is relevant for cross-examination. The rulings by the judge was that the backlog issue of the medical examiner's office, they can't ask that questions. And they can also ask the Commonwealth can ask the question about the nightclub station issue. And then Brennan also said that they stipulate to the x-rays coming in, but not through Dr. Laposata, not part of a report or opinion. It's beyond the scope. Judge tells Jackson he can introduce them with Dr. Rentschler. Jackson disagrees, says he wants to ask, are these the x-rays you reviewed? Brennan and the judge are okay with that question. And then he had Brennan's Rentschler motion where he's trying to keep out all these slides. And then they had lunch, and then the various rulings that Brennan can get into on cross. The slides from Dr. Welcher are not coming in due to blacked out pages. There's only a few slides of that. And all hearsays are to be removed from Rentschler's PowerPoint slides. So let's see. Let's go to 503 because the judge ends her rulings at that time. Look at this where the judge slams a binder down at the
during the lunch break. So, Mr. Brennan, you argued for 4 points of admission regarding this witness. I'll allow in 1 and 2. I've had a chance to look at 4. I think I already told you I would not allow in 3 because I've already considered it. I've now looked at the 4th one, the case. I'm not going to let you get into that during cross-examination. If the door is open and you think you can get into it after redirect, please come to sidebar. All right, and also I had a chance to look at the actual exhibit regarding what came into evidence from Dr. Welcher and Ms. Little. Contrary to what you said and what Mr. Alessi was nodding to, page 136 did not come into evidence. It's a blank page. So that PowerPoint did not come in. I had a chance to look
Not
at Dr.
happy.
Rentschler's PowerPoint, and at least for now, maybe you can persuade me otherwise. Any text that has hearsay on it
Don't mess
that
with your
you say will help assist the jury, what I want to say is I think we have to give the jury some credit here, okay? They have been listening to this case intently for weeks. I don't find that anything that you've recommended here comes in to assist the jury is necessary to assist the jury. So before Dr. Rentschler testifies, those slides that were objected to that have text are out.
Can I have a moment just to examine the Dr. Welcher PowerPoint?
No, not right now. You can look at it, yes. You can look at it while we're
He's mad.
bringing the jury in.
We have 4 copies.
She knows this case is lost, I think.
I'd like to be able to. 137.
Mr. Alessi, please. One 136, 137, and 138 are all blacked out. All right, the jurors on their way, right?
They're not going to get away with this. That's right.
Okay.
She's still on the witness stand there. Let's see. We're at the, let me check, we're at timestamps 5:04. Okay, Brennan's going to cross here. the next minute, resume that.
Good afternoon, Dr. Laposata.
Good afternoon.
Am I on point now?
You are.
You were asked on direct examination about your qualifications. You were a medical examiner for the state of Rhode Island, is that fair to say?
Yes, I was the chief medical examiner.
For 20 years?
12 years.
I'm sorry, 12 years. When's the last time you worked as a medical examiner?
In 2005.
When's the last time that you conducted an...
All right, hey, I'm going to take a couple-minute break if you guys want to keep chatting. Leo's in charge. All right, we're back.
an autopsy?
I've done probably a handful of autopsies, private autopsies in my consulting practice.
Since 2005?
Correct.
When do you think the last time you did one is?
Maybe 4 years ago, four or 5 years ago.
4 or 5 years ago?
Yes.
Okay. Since you left the medical examiner's office, have you had any specialized training in brain injuries?
It's all part of keeping up with the medical literature and knowing the forensic pathology literature, reading medical literature. So it's a continuing endeavor to keep yourself educated with medical updates.
Since you left the medical examiner's office, have you had any specialized training in brain injuries?
I've not gone to a course on brain injuries.
Since you left the medical examiner's office, have you taught any students on brain injuries?
Yes.
Have you given any classes or seminars on brain injuries?
Yes, I have.
In coup counter coup, how many times have you experienced that as a medical examiner, that condition?
Well, I myself haven't experienced it, which was good, but in cases, hundreds of cases, it's a common injury.
You said you did differential diagnosis. That is to exhaust any potential bias you have, correct?
Well, a differential diagnosis is to think, how many ways can you get this finding? And it does help prevent bias.
Did you say on direct examination part of the benefit of differential diagnosis is to make sure that you don't have a bias?
Yes, yes.
In order to eliminate bias, you're supposed to look at all reasonable alternatives, correct?
Yes, that's part of it, making a differential diagnosis.
So you don't just look at a person's body, come to a conclusion, and ignore other evidence. That would kind of defeat the purpose of differential diagnosis, wouldn't it?
Well, you always have to look at all the evidence.
And so if you didn't look at all the evidence and you disregarded some of the evidence because you had already made up your mind, that really wouldn't be the proper study of differential diagnosis, would it?
Right, I don't do that.
I'm sorry, ma'am.
I don't do that. I always look
Good. She cut him off because that was his implication.
at all the evidence.
And would you look at all the evidence even if it was contrary to whatever opinion you want to give in court?
Well, the evidence allows me to come to an opinion. So it's not like I decide on some opinion I want to give and then look for the evidence. The evidence is going to tell me what happened to the body.
So you would never say, like, I don't need to look at that evidence. If it's presented to you, you'd look at it and study it and consider it in differential diagnosis?
Sure, it may or may not apply, but I'd look at it.
Because if you did that and said, well, I don't need to look at this, and it was relevant evidence, that would defeat the whole idea of differential diagnosis, correct?
Well, you always want to look at all the evidence that's going to help you decide what happened to the body.
If you were to ignore relevant evidence because you already made your mind up, that could create some type of bias, even if
well-
you're not recognizing it, correct?
Well, I don't make my mind up. I make it up on all the evidence I have. Then if something else other evidence comes up later, I have to reevaluate everything and consider that new evidence.
When you were talking about car collisions, I don't want to belabor the point, but you didn't major in physics, did you?
In what?
You didn't major in physics, did you?
No, I took physics, but no, didn't major in it.
And the last time you took physics was probably, what, undergrad?
Correct. Thank goodness.
You have no study in biomechanical engineering.
Again, this stuff you don't have experience in this and that. You know, it has nothing to do with her being able to do her job.
No, I'm not a biomechanical engineer.
Understood. You never
There,
taught
you just teed it up for Rentschler next.
courses in accident reconstruction, have you?
Only in terms of looking at the injuries on the body and showing how that they could or could not have occurred from impact with a motor vehicle.
Have you taught classes in accident reconstruction?
Only as far as it would affect the findings on the body.
Do you know what I mean by when I say accident reconstruction?
Well, accident reconstruction meaning, and I'm telling you that my expertise in accident reconstruction is restricted to looking at the body and then understanding how impacts may or may not have occurred to the body. I don't take a car and look at mileage and such like that.
You don't do any studies of the actual vehicles, you're focused on the body?
I'm focused on the body, but I also look at the vehicles to look at the points of impact that might be possible.
You do not have any advanced study in biomechanics, do you?
No.
Now, you had mentioned that when you were in the medical examiner's office, you had a number of higher profile cases.
Well, every case is important because somebody's dead.
You pointed out some pretty specific ones on direct examination. Were those more important, the ones that were highlighted, or is
Let's
that?
go back to that.
Well, every case is important because somebody's dead.
You pointed out some pretty specific ones on
Answer.
direct examination. Were those more important, the ones that were highlighted, or is that the same as every other case?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Well, you had mentioned the Egypt airline crash, station nightclub fire. Those were highlighted or pronounced on direct examination. Are they equally important as every other case?
Oh, absolutely. Every person is my patient.
You talked about some of your commendations. The station nightclub fire, you
There's a
received
fire.
quite a bit of criticism on that, didn't you?
Well, there was a flurry of negative press without any basis.
You had mentioned that a doctor, a medical examiner, should have gone out to the scene to look at the area where John O'Keefe was found to make observations. Did you suggest that in any way on direct examination?
You have to know what the scene looks like, and usually that is documented in police reports and in police photographs who document the scene.
The station nightclub fire, that had numerous victims, didn't it?
Yes, 100.
And you received criticism because you were repeatedly requested by emergency responders and police officials to come to the scene? And you refused?
That's incorrect. First of
Okay.
all, nobody called me to come to the scene, and medical examiners are not first responders. As soon as I got a call that there was that fire in the nightclub, my investigator went right to the scene, and I was in constant communication with him throughout the early morning hours of that horrible accident. And I went into the medical examiner's office because I had to start getting ready to run our office 24 hours a day to not only take care of the poor individuals who expired in the nightclub fire, but also the regular work of the medical examiners. So there was no need for me to go to the scene because I had my investigator there, and my job would be at the office to get things all set up to handle the influx of deceased.
Did you receive criticism that over 17 hours there was an effort to have you come to the scene, but you refused?
Criticism from who? What relevance is that to anything?
There were,
I'm going to allow it in a different form.
What did
you
you
know,
say?
that
Over 17 hours there was an effort to have you come to the scene, but you refused?
there were,
I'm going to allow it in a
She's
different.
mad.
yeah, that's incorrect.
Hold on,
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, no, I didn't mean to scare you.
Oh. Okay.
That's three laughing. That's a good thing.
Okay, ask it differently, Mr. Brennan, please.
Did you receive criticism that officials?
I'm going to allow it based on the ending, pursuant to the ending, let's get it.
Did you receive criticism that
Have you ever received criticism in your whole life? Let's start off from the time you're 5 and move forward.
for over 17 hours officials were asking you to come to the scene and you refused?
It was untrue. It was printed in the newspaper. We looked up all the phone records and provided it to the newspapers and showed that nobody called me to go. I would have gone if I needed to. I had my investigator there. It was just bullshit. No, it was erroneous stuff.
Was there other criticisms in 2005 before you left the office?
No, there was a flurry of stuff in the papers. There were union issues, new director of health, new governor. So yeah, there was a little flurry of stuff, which was not substantive.
I mean, look at that. She just, again, blasts him. She thinks he's thinking, I'm going to get her on this. She's like been a troublemaker. She let this whole office collapse during this time of a 100-person death fire at some nightclub or something. And here he is, completely getting back blasted again.
You inevitably did resign in 2005.
Yes, because my budget was going to be cut, and I knew that if I had to get rid of a medical examiner, we couldn't do a good job for the state, and I'd done it. I'd been chief for 12 years. I'd been on call 24 hours a day for 12 years, which was an honor, really. But then if I couldn't do a good job, if we cut the budget, I had to get rid of a medical examiner. I couldn't serve the people of Rhode Island well, so I resigned.
Did you resign shortly after the audits and criticism?
Not really.
No.
Good point.
Same year?
Oh, I don't even remember.
Okay. After you resigned, you opened your own company?
Yes, I started an independent consulting practice.
How much of your business is consulting?
It's a consulting practice.
Yep. How much of your business, how much of your income is consulting?
100%. It's consulting.
Do you consult in both criminal and civil cases?
Yes, I do.
What percentage of cases are criminal cases?
It's maybe half and half.
Half criminal, half civil?
I don't keep track of it in that way, but that would be a guess.
I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
I don't keep track of numbers of civil or criminal cases that I'm consulted in. If I had to give an estimate, it would be half and half. I've worked on over 1,000 cases in my private company.
And fair to say you get compensated for your time.
Yes, I get paid for my time.
Dr. Laposata, you had mentioned that there were some scratches that you had taken a look at on Mr. O'Keefe's body. If we could have Exhibit 165, please. Now, would it be fair to say, Dr. Laposata, you do not know the genesis of that cut on Mr. O'Keefe's right eye?
I do not know what caused it. I can tell you what didn't cause it, but I don't know what did cause it.
You said that was from blunt force?
It's from application of blunt force to that little area that broke the skin.
When you were asked a question about whether that was consistent with a punch, you opined that it was consistent with a punch, yes?
Sorry, I didn't answer the question. A couple back, you're asking about if this is normal for a prosecutor to act this way. No, I've never seen anything like this. This guy is in his own little orbit, his own little planet here, and I've never seen anything this bizarre. Where you have no point, you can't score a single point, and look how long he's been in cross-examination, and you're just spinning your wheels. It's like he's trying to run out the clock and just stalling. He's just dribbling the ball around, hiding the ball. And he keeps fumbling it out of bounds, but the judge keeps giving it back to him instead of giving it to the other team. That's basically what this case is about. He's down 100-0 right now.
It could be consistent with a punch.
You weren't saying it was consistent with a punch to a reasonable degree of medical certainty, were you?
That would be within my differential diagnosis.
It could be consistent with all other types of blunt impact, or many other types of blunt impact, couldn't it?
That's correct.
Ground, perhaps?
No.
No, an object?
If it was an object that could get into that area under the eyebrow, yes.
You mentioned the spoiler on the back of Miss Reed's Lexus. Do you remember that?
I remember that.
Do you know how tall John O'Keefe was?
He's around 7 foot, 5'11", I think, 7'2", something around in there.
No, he's more closer to 6'1". Does that make sense?
Sure.
Okay. And that spoiler on the Lexus, do you know how high off the ground that is?
No.
Did you ever try to measure it or ask for photos or any information about that?
No, I looked at the photos.
Did you ever ask for any measurements or try to take any measurements?
No.
Could I have Exhibit 166, please? Did you see this cut on Mr. O'Keefe's nose?
Yes,
That
that's true, Corn Pope. I was very happy to see this witness just throw him under the bus, run him over, and have a 18-wheeler crush him after that.
that's a scratch. It's not made by a sharp instrument. It's not a cut. It's a scratch.
Is there any scratches on the left side? Do we have a photo of the left side? Please. And that, you say that's a scratch, not a cut?
Correct, because a cut means it's made by a sharp thing like a knife, and a scratch is made by something that's kind of rounded that has a little point on it, but it's not sharp.
Do you have any information or basis to say where that scratch came from?
No.
Did you do any differential diagnosis on that scratch?
I don't know what caused that. There could be a number of things that caused it.
There was no scratch on the right side of Mr. O'Keefe's nose?
I don't see it one, no.
Could you zoom in, Ms. Gilman? So the only scratch was on the left side?
Looks to be, well, that's not a good photograph because there's some blood obscuring the skin.
Yes.
My memory, if my memory serves me, there is a scratch on the left side of the nose and maybe a small scrape on the tip of the nose.
And we can go back to the left side? And you said that could not have been caused by a sharp object?
Correct. It's not an incised wound. Incised wound means a bladed, sharp cut. This is a scratch, not made by a blade.
Were you aware the defendant made a statement that she pulled a piece of glass from the defendant's nose?
No.
And you would say that that wound is inconsistent with being caused by glass or a sharp object?
It would not be caused by a blade. It could be caused by a piece of glass that was thick.
I thought before I offered you that statement, you had said that it could not have been caused by glass. Do you now have a different opinion?
I don't remember saying it couldn't have been caused by glass.
Didn't you say it couldn't have been caused by glass or a sharp object?
A sharp object.
Would
Like a sharp object, like it's not
You
an
can take that down, please.
incised wound made by a blade. It could be caused by something sharper that's thicker, but does not have a thin blade. So it could be caused by a thicker piece of glass.
If somebody is deceased, does any blood pressure from their heart still move in their body?
No, they're dead.
If somebody removed a sharp object like glass from somebody's face, would they spurt blood if they've died?
If you're dead, there's no blood pressure. So if you're dead and you remove something, there may be some superficial blood, but it's not going to have blood flow because your heart's not pumping blood out of the cut ends of the blood vessels.
So it's not going to spurt if you pull something out of a person's skin if they've passed?
You wouldn't get a spurt of blood from arterial pressure.
I just want to ask you a very few questions about hypothermia.
Sure.
You mentioned that Mr. O'Keefe's body temperature at the hospital was 80 degrees,
Yes.
and there's different ways to take somebody's or a body's temperature, isn't there?
Yeah, that was a rectal temperature, so that's a good representation of the body temperature.
Is the variance between a common practice of taking temperature and by somebody's mouth and rectal, is it about a 3 or 4 degrees difference, or do you have a different experience?
It can be different. A rectal temperature gives you a better internal body temperature. The oral temperature, if you're breathing in or if you just had something cold in your mouth, may not register a proper temperature. So the rectal temperature is the preferred temperature for a medical diagnosis.
98.6 is an important temperature, isn't it?
Yeah, it's our usual normal body temperature.
And so, is there a standard? Is 95 degrees considered hypothermic?
If you have, then clinically you would start to worry that the person might be experiencing bad effects of hypothermia.
At 95 degrees?
At 95, you start to worry about it.
And could some of the things that happen is labored breathing?
Is what?
Labored breathing?
What about labored breathing?
Well, if someone is hypothermic, if they're 95 degrees, does it affect their breathing patterns?
Not especially.
Okay. Does it affect the way their respiratory system works?
No.
Does it have any effects on the human body if you're hypothermic at 95 degrees?
No. You're still okay.
If that temperature continues to decline, it starts to become dangerous, doesn't it?
It can.
Mr. O'Keefe was evaluated, and at the hospital, his body temperature from a rectal reading was 80 degrees at about, what, 6:37?
Correct.
Did you know that before he got to the hospital, first responders had him in an ambulance?
Of course.
Did you know they turned the heat up and put blankets on him and tried to provide warmth to him before he got to the hospital?
Yes, that would be standard practice.
And that standard practice would usually add temperature to the person, wouldn't it?
Well, it might.
So it's possible it could, but it might not.
It usually doesn't add that much.
I see. And so inevitably, at 6:37, Mr. O'Keefe's body was 80 degrees.
Yes, when he got to the hospital, his rectal temperature was 80 degrees.
And so that is a drop from the standard, or what's expected of 98.6 degrees. That's a drop of at least 18.6 degrees.
Yes.
You mentioned that Mr. O'Keefe, after suffering his head injury, would not have moved other than twitching.
Correct. No purposeful movement.
Were you aware that he had an iPhone with healthcare data on it?
No.
If there's no movement, assume for a second there's no movement of Mr. O'Keefe after 12/32/16, and he's found a little after 6 a.m. in the morning. That's about 5 hours, or 5.5 hours, correct?
About.
And if somebody is in the cold for 5.5 hours, that's consistent with dropping from 98.6 degrees to 80 degrees in body temperature, isn't it?
If the person is dead, yes.
If a person is outside in the cold and still alive, will their body temperature decrease?
If they can, people can die of hypothermia, but that's not the case here.
Not the ultimate death, but if somebody's outside and they're alive and they're lying in the snow and it's below freezing, will they lose body temperature?
They will, especially if they're not bundled up well.
And body temperature can drop from 2.5 to 4 degrees an hour?
In a dead body.
Okay. In a living person, it can drop 1.5 degrees.
He calls it health care data. Yeah, notice that.
No. A dead body at room temperature will usually lose body temperature at like 1.5 degrees an hour. If a dead body is in a cold environment covered with snow and avalanche environments, the dead body can cool at 4 degrees per hour.
And so a person who is in cold conditions, starting to be covered by snow, less than freezing, they can lose body temperature when they're living, can't they?
If you're sure, you can. People die of hypothermia, but that's not the case here.
Well, someone could be alive, lose body temperature, and not die. That can happen, can't it?
Yeah.
Right. So if someone is in the cold, let's assume they're not dead for a second. They're in the
right.
snow, below freezing, not moving. Can that person lose body temperature if they're still alive?
Sure. They just lie there. They can become hypothermic and die.
Even before they become hypothermic, can they lose body temperature?
Well, losing body temperature makes you hypothermic. Thermic is temperature and hypo
Let's
means
get it.
below. So your temperature goes down
I think
and you're
it's 35.
hypothermic because it's going down.
And people can survive from being hypothermic if they get the right care.
Sure.
And so in that 5.5 hours, it is consistent with a person being outside in the cold and starting at 98.6 and ending at 80. That's consistent with being in the cold for 5.5 hours, isn't it?
For a dead body, yes. That's how a dead body would cool in a snow-covered cold environment.
And it could also be consistent with somebody who is alive for some time and then dies, correct?
I don't understand your question.
Somebody could be out in the cold, under the snow, sub-freezing. They could be alive for some time. Their body temperature could drop. And then when they pass and die, their body temperature could continue to drop probably at a more rapid pace. That still fits within
No.
5.5 hours, doesn't it, Dr. Laposata?
No.
Because if someone can drop 4 degrees of body temperature in an hour,
A dead body.
yes, it would only take about a little over 4 hours if it was at 4 degrees to go from 98.6 to 80. Yes?
Correct, yes. So he was exposed to that cold environment for 4 to 5 hours.
If somebody was alive for a couple of hours, it's a lower rate, say they lose 3 degrees, and then after that couple hours, they lose body temperature at 4 degrees, that would still fit and be consistent with the drop from 98.6 to 30 degrees,
No.
to 80 degrees, wouldn't it?
No, you were saying a dead body cools in a cold environment at maybe 3 to 4 degrees an hour. And that has nothing to do with a living body and how long they can stay at the body temperature.
Do you disagree that somebody could be alive, lose body temperature out in the cold, freezing temperature below 32? They could lose body temperature at a certain rate, then pass, die, and then continue to lose body temperature. Is that possible?
Anything's possible. It's just what's important is what happened in this case.
I'm asking for your medical opinion, though, rather than to be an advocate. As far as your medical,
Look at that. All right, I'll play that normal here. This is what an insult to this awesome witness that he's used before.
below 32, they could lose body temperature at a certain rate, then pass, die, and then continue to lose body temperature. Is that
Hypotheticals?
possible?
That's what you're using here, Hank Brennan, hypothetical.
Anything's possible. It's just what's important is what happened in this case.
I'm asking for your medical opinion, though, rather than to be an advocate.
I'm asking for your medical opinion, though, rather than to be an advocate. Wow. There he is, coming out again, going for the ugly motif.
As far as your medical opinion,
So sustained in, I'll strike that.
As far as
Dr.
your,
Laposata,
Yes.
could you listen to the question, please?
Of course, thank you, Your Honor.
And then she's correcting her. Instead of saying, counsel, enough. You will not talk to this witness this way. He's never been corrected one time with a tone of voice like, knock it off. Unbelievable. It's like the schoolyard bully that can continue to bully people, and nobody in the school will correct him. No teacher, no principal, nobody will stop a bully from beating up on kids.
as
Unbelievable.
far as your medical experience, could somebody be alive outside in the cold below 32 degrees, not moving, covered by snow, still alive, and lose body temperature?
Sure,
And then could they, after an hour, 2 hours, could they then die and continue to lose more body temperature?
sure.
You mentioned your opinion about injury on Mr. O'Keefe. And at one point you said that his injury was inconsistent with a taillight, and you said because there was no damage from the bumper. Do you remember saying that?
I don't think I said it quite that way.
Okay. Do you remember how you said it?
No,
Do you remember discussing or raising the issue of a bumper as part of your equation, that the injury to Mr. O'Keefe was inconsistent with the injuries?
he has no injuries on him that are consistent with being hit by the back of the SUV. That includes the spoiler, that includes the bumper.
Okay, if we could play
He keeps going back for more beatings.
video E, please. I want to ask you, Dr. Laposata, have you seen this video before?
It's going to show Randy. She's not an accident reconstructionist. She's dealing with real bodies that
No,
are dead.
Thank you. You can take that down. Did you see anything in that video that would suggest any contact between that mannequin and the vehicle's bumper?
Objection.
I'm going to see you at sidebar on this for just a minute, please.
He's just flinging stuff on the wall, trying to put her in his mud pit. It's not working.
All right, so jurors, I am going to strike the last bit of questioning of this witness and the video as it goes to this witness. All right,
Wow, that's surprising. She made him stop going down that road and give an instruction. Yes.
jurors, I am going to strike the last bit of questioning of this witness and the video as it goes to this witness. All right.
She's not happy. She's ticked.
Dr. Laposata, after you received materials, did you ever ask for any additional materials?
let's see, I always make sure I have all the scene investigation, autopsy, medical records, police and witness investigate and witness statements. So I felt I had a pretty complete database. I didn't get the x-rays until a couple weeks ago, so that was delayed.
That was newer?
Yes.
You said a medical examiner has to make a determination in 90 days. Is that the rule?
When you work at a medical examiner's office, when you get a deceased in, our national standards want us to have the autopsy report completed and all the associated tests done within 90 days.
Can investigations occur and the additional accumulation of evidence happen after that 90 days?
Oh, sure.
Thank you, Dr. Laposata.
He's done. Wow. That's all he's got? That's it. Unbelievable. All right, we got Jackson coming back here
Yes.
for a couple minutes and a sidebar, and then a few more minutes.
Dr.
Okay,
Laposata,
hold on one second. Jurors, when I strike something, that means disregard it. And what I've struck through this witness, the video that you just saw and some of the testimony means that if it's in evidence, it's in evidence, but it is not part of your consideration with this witness. Okay. All right, go ahead, Mr. Jackson.
may I proceed? Thank you. Dr. Laposata, you were just asked a series of questions about body cooling, correct?
Yes.
Does a body, as it's cooling, does it know if it's indoors or outdoors?
No.
If there's a very cold environment, be it indoor or outdoor environment, would it still cool?
Oh, absolutely.
And it would cool would it cool at the rates that you earlier described?
Yes,
Even if that indoors was cold?
absolutely.
Your Honor, may we approach along with the Commonwealth very briefly?
All right, there's really not enough things here to mention on his redirect. So let's just jump ahead to Dr. Andrew Rentschler. He's right here at 6 o'clock.
It's fine. It's fine. Feels good.
This guy is amazing. Knows
All
his
right, Mr.
stuff.
Jackson, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your
Or
Honor.
this guy,
Sir, could you please, pull that to you.
this is the opposite of Dr. Welcher. Look at how this guy talks.
A little on the tall side. Pull that to you right up under your chin if you can. And in a nice, clear voice, tell the jurors your name and spell your last name for us, please.
Dr. Andrew John Rentschler, Rentschler.
Sir, what do you do for a living?
I'm a biomechanist, a biomechanical engineer, and an accident reconstructionist.
Where do you work?
I work for a company called ARCA LLC.
Tell us a little bit about ARCA. What is ARCA?
ARCA is an engineering consulting firm. So we do litigation type work, both civil and criminal, where we look at, for instance, I do biomechanics. So I look at injury causation in different types of events, motor vehicle accidents, pedestrian, automobile incidents, sports related injuries, industrial accidents. We also do accident reconstruction, as well as all types of really forensic type engineering. And we also do R&D, research and development, for private and governmental entities.
What's your current title?
I'm a vice president and director of biomechanics for the Midwest Division.
The director position that you hold, that's the official position at ARCA?
That's correct, yes, sir.
How are you ARCA's senior biomechanist?
I'm one of them, yes.
And how long have you held the position of director of biomechanics and human factors?
It's been at least 5 years. I don't recall exactly how long.
What exactly is it biomechanist or biomechanist?
Biomechanist, yeah.
All right, I'll get it right by the time we're finished. What is a biomechanist? What do you do?
So a biomechanist really looks at the human body, and we look at the response of the human body to forces and accelerations. We apply traditional engineering, but to the human body. So a mechanical engineer, for instance, might look at a piece of steel, and you know the dimensions and size of the steel. If you apply a force in a certain direction with a certain magnitude, that steel will bend and eventually it'll break. As a biomechanist or biomechanical engineer, I do the same thing, but I look at the human body. How much force has to be applied in what direction to get a specific type of injury, whether it's a fracture of your humerus, a concussion, intervertebral disc injury. Any type of injury has what we call an injury mechanism. So we look at the response of how the body reacts to forces in different environments. Ultimately, our hope is to actually help prevent and mitigate accidents. You know, motor vehicle incidents, we look at the design of airbags and seatbelts. Sporting equipment, how can we reduce concussions and injuries associated with that? So ultimately, we try to figure out how to make the environment and the world safer for people in whatever type of interaction you might have.
Is that sometimes called injury causation analysis?
It is. That's one aspect of it. Injury causation analysis is looking at how an injury occurs. So if someone sustains an injury, as a biomechanist, I can look at the events surrounding that incident and determine how the injury occurred. Now, how someone was positioned, how much force had to have been applied to certain parts of their body to actually produce a given injury.
Why is injury causation analysis important in the broader field of biomechanics? Why do you want to know the causation of certain injuries?
Well, like I just said, our main goal and interest is to really mitigate and prevent injuries from occurring. So in order to do that, you have to know how they occur. You have to know, for instance, hockey, we do a lot of work with the NHL, how certain injuries occur, cervical injuries, concussions, shoulder injuries. So if your intent is to prevent injuries in certain settings and situations, you have to study how the body reacts, how those injuries are created, and then you can determine or attempt to determine how to prevent them from occurring in different events and situations.
What sort of contracts or commissions does ARCA routinely engage in?
You know, we have a number of different contracts. We've worked in the past with the United States military. I helped design what we call the energy absorbing seat for the MRAP vehicles.
Hold on one second, Dr. Russell.
Sure.
Okay.
For the MRAP, which are the mine-resistant, ambush-protected, armor-plated vehicles that they had over in Iraq and Afghanistan. And the issue there is that when they go over an IED, an improvised explosive device, it would blow the vehicle up off the ground.
I wish you would have said soldiers and Marines instead of they.
So we were seeing very severe accelerations and forces going through the vehicle, through the seat, into the soldiers' spines.
There you go.
And we're seeing severe spinal and head injuries as a result of that. So we worked with the military to design what we call an energy absorbing seat design. As the vehicle gets blasted up off the ground, the seat's designed to absorb that energy and that force from the blast and the movement of the vehicle and help protect the soldier's spine. We also, as I said, do a lot of work with the NHL. We work with the Department of Player Safety there, the National Hockey League. We look at the equipment, we look at helmets, trying to help prevent concussions, skate guards, how to prevent cuts and injuries due to the skates. One of the big things we did was actually redesign part of the rink. It used to be at the player area. At the end of the player area was a 90-degree stanchion of plexiglass. And what was happening was players were getting checked into the boards at the player area and then slamming up against.
Keep in mind, this is the area where all the Boston Bruins is a professional hockey league. All their fan bases there. So there's got to be at least several on this 19-member jury panel that are really strong fans of that sport there.
The glass, and they were sustaining head and cervical injuries. I've mentioned before, it was actually the Boston and Montreal that caused the NHL to take a look at it, the hit of Chara on Pacioretty. He sustained a concussion and a cervical fracture. So they gave us part of the rink to the Winter Classic, the outdoor.
So he's talking about actually doing something to help, I guess, as a key player for the pro team there in Boston.
Contest, and we used crash test dummies, hybrid 3 50th percentile male dummies, and threw them into different configurations of glass. And ultimately, the new design that we developed is a curved piece of spring-loaded Lexan or plexiglass. So now when the players get checked into the boards, it absorbs that impact and they glance off of it. And it's helped prevent and pretty much mitigate any type of head or neck injuries as a result of player interaction at that part of the rink.
Hockey players tend to be pretty big guys, right?
They do, yes.
You said you used the 50 percentile hybrid 3 as a crash test dummy, an ATD, to do your work in furtherance of the NHL contractor commission, correct?
That's correct.
Did you need to use a hybrid 3 that was the same size as these big, tall, 6'4", 230-pound hockey players?
No, not at all.
Why not?
There's a 95th percentile male dummy, which not many people have or use. The 50th percentile male is basically the gold standard for crash test dummies. And you're probably most familiar with it.
Yeah, I think for the NHL, it's a real specialized sport, and it's become more popular over the last several decades. So it all depends where you're at. It's not as popular as other sports here, but it does have a really strong following. And hockey games are pretty cool to watch. I've only been to college games, a couple of them. Those are pretty good, though.
If you see automotive manufacturers and the ads on TV where they put the crash test dummy in the car and run them into walls and flip them over, well, they use the 50th percentile for all of those tests. And then they scale the actual injury assessment reference values to different sized people. So they record the force off of that, and they might say, well, for the 50th percentile average person, you can sustain 180 Gs of acceleration to the head before you see a severe injury. And then they'll scale that and say, well, the hybrid 3 has to record, say, 300 Gs before someone twice that size gets hurt. So you just use one size dummy, and then you scale that to whatever size person you're looking at or you want to actually investigate.
Is that undertaking of mathematical scaling, is that an industry standard in biomechanics?
Absolutely. And I mean, it's set forth in NHTSA, the National.
You tell me Brendan doesn't know that when he's trying to do all that nonsense about a couple pounds difference on the true weight of John's arm. We don't even know.
Highway Traffic and Safety Administration. They set, well, the government sets the Federal Motor Vehicle Safety Standards, and that's all the crash tests that vehicles have to go through. And during those tests, they have to ensure that the values on the dummy, on the head, on the neck, on the spine, on the arms are below certain values to ensure that they're safe at specific speeds. And they scale, they have a certain papers, a lot of papers actually, which talk about scaling the values for different size people.
Is that an accepted methodology in the scientific community?
Oh, it certainly is, yes, sir.
Dr. Rentschler, do you specialize in any particular research and analysis at ARCA to evaluate the relationships between crash injuries and crash forces?
I do, yes.
What about kinematics?
Kinematics is one of the specialties, yes, sir.
Fancy word, probably nobody knows. I didn't know it before I met some of the folks involved in this case. What does kinematics mean?
Kinematics is just motion of the human body. So it's looking at how the body moves in different situations. Whether you're in a vehicle and it hits a wall, how does your body move? It moves forward. Will it load into the seatbelt? Does the airbag deploy? Or if you're a pedestrian and you're struck by a car, how does the body move as a result of that interaction? That allows us to look at the loading to the body. Forces are exerted on someone's body because their body's loaded by different objects or different forces. So kinematics is one of the first steps. If you're going to look at injury causation, you have to determine the kinematics of an event.
What are human tolerances?
Human tolerance is really just looking at how much force it takes to cause an injury. So there's been generations of testing to look at different forces. For instance, the humerus, the upper bone in your upper arm. How much force does it take to cause that fracture? They've tested the cadaver bones. There's a lot of research for decades out there looking at different parts of the body, the ulna, the radius, the two bones in your forearm, skull fractures. Almost any type of injury, again, has an injury mechanism, and in order to determine how it occurs, we have to look at tolerance. How much force can the body withstand before you start to see a specific injury occur?
Doctor, how long have you worked at ARCA?
I've been with ARCA now for about 17 and a half years.
How many cases have you been a part of in terms of investigating or conducting crash injury analysis?
Over my whole career, probably thousands of cases. I've been doing this since 2004, so for about 21 years total.
Dr. Rentschler, are you able to estimate how many of those cases that you just talked about, those potentially thousands of cases, have involved motor vehicle pedestrian circumstances?
Oh, I'm sure over the years there's been hundreds of cases. A lot of them are motor vehicle accidents, but certainly a large percent's automobile pedestrian type impacts.
What education, training, and background qualifies you to perform the duties that you just told us about as the Director of Biomechanics and Human Factors at ARCA?
Well, I got my BS in mechanical engineering with a minor in biomedical engineering from Carnegie Mellon University in 1995. I then went on to get my master's in bioengineering and biomechanics from the University of Pittsburgh in 2002. And then I got my PhD in bioengineering and biomechanics from the University of Pittsburgh in 2004.
2004. Thank you. Are you a member of any professional associations associated with your field?
I'm a member of SAE, the Society of Automotive Engineers, as well as the American Society for Mechanical Engineers, ASME.
Are you also a reviewer for an outfit called Archives of Physical Medicine and Rehabilitation in Biomechanical Engineering?
I have. I've done peer-reviewed articles for those journals before, yes, sir.
When you say peer-reviewed articles, you're the peer reviewer?
That's right. If you want to submit a scientific article to a journal, you'll write that manuscript and then submit it to the journal, and then they'll send it out to other experts or peers in that same field, probably 3 others normally. And then they'll review that transcript, send it back with any suggested revisions. And then usually the author will make changes, send it out again, and that's how it gets accepted. Usually it goes through several different iterations before a paper is actually published.
Have you received any additional training following your PhD, formal training or otherwise, in the field of biomechanics?
I have, yes.
Describe some of that for us, please.
Throughout the years, I've taken classes through the NTSB, National Transportation Safety Board, as well as SAE, as I said, Society of Automotive Engineers, and at different universities, Virginia Tech, different seminars and classes with respect to biomechanics.
I'm sure Brennan will find some class or article you have not read in your last 17 years.
Is that normal to, even for someone at your education level, a PhD, to take continuing education to stay up on issues in your field?
It is. You take continuing education and then also just working with your peers. And when you work in a certain company, for instance, at ARCA, we don't do just litigation. We do the research and development. We have an epic sports branch at ARCA where we look at sports performance of athletes, how to help them perform better, whether you're a baseball player or volleyball player. So it's really the experience and the work that you do that also helps keep you up to date with technology and the different aspects of that field.
Does some of that additional education include biomechanics of high-impact injuries that was offered by the NTSB?
Yeah, that's correct, yes.
Methodology and techniques of crash data retrieval offered by IPTM?
Correct, yes.
What is the IPTM?
That's the Institute for Police Technology and Management. It's actually a school down in Jacksonville, Florida, that offers basically vehicle crash reconstruction and biomechanical classes.
What about human factors in traffic crash reconstruction, also offered by the same outfit?
Yes.
Yeah.
Did you take a course in automobile safety and injury biomechanics from, is this the one from Virginia Tech?
That's correct, yes.
Did SAE offer a course in injuries, anatomy, biomechanics, and federal regulations?
Yes, that was in Detroit, I think, where SAE is based.
And you took that seminar as well?
Yes.
What about vehicle accident reconstruction methods offered by the SAE?
I've taken that class before, yes.
Linear momentum analysis offered by CAARS?
That was, yes, in a class out in California.
Motor vehicle accident reconstruction offered by SAE?
I've taken that class as well, yes.
Advanced collision investigations out of California law enforcement?
Yeah, I believe that was a 2-week class I took. That's the introductory class that they give to the sheriff's department and police officers out in California.
And what about the post-collision passenger vehicle inspection and seatbelt analysis offered by CARS, CAARS?
I've taken that as well, yes, sir.
Have you published in peer-reviewed articles and book chapters? You said you were a reviewer. Have you actually published yourself along with you and your colleagues?
I have published, and that was mainly when I was in graduate school doing graduate work. I worked at the Human Engineering Research Lab. We helped people with disabilities, so we looked at people in wheelchairs, manual wheelchair users, looked at the forces acting on the arms, how to help reduce injuries, rotator cuff tears, carpal tunnel syndrome, things such as that. So I did publish primarily when I was in graduate school at the University of Pittsburgh.
When you were in graduate school, approximately how many publications did you participate in, either yourself or with colleagues?
Probably 10 or 12 papers, and then some abstracts, and I believe a book chapter as well.
Have you been qualified in other courts to testify as an expert in the area of biomechanics and accident reconstruction?
I have, yes.
Approximately how many times?
I've testified throughout my career probably over 150 times in both state and federal courts throughout the country.
I want to talk to you for a second, Dr. Rentschler, about how you began working on this particular case, the case that's before the bench. When were you initially retained in connection with this case?
We were initially retained. I believe it was for the first trial. It was, I believe.
I wish.
Maybe.
I wish you wouldn't have used the word retained. I wish you would have used the word like contracted, because retained makes it sound like a person is hiring a law firm or something. Contracted is what the feds would do, and so saying retained it sounds more like a lawyer speak. So contracted can help trigger more like, hey, this is the feds you're talking about.
Maybe it was the fall prior to that actual trial. That was last year.
All right. When you were, by the way, initially, were you hired by the defense?
No, we were not.
Were you hired by the Commonwealth?
We were not, no.
Was that a separate agency that hired you?
It was, yes.
It wasn't an insurance company, was it?
It was not, no, sir.
Okay. What were you initially asked to do by the separate entity?
Initially, we're kind of constrained in what we were asked to do and to review, but we were asked to evaluate whether the injuries sustained by Mr. O'Keefe were consistent with being struck by the Lexus.
And who at ARCA was assigned on the team to undertake this commission?
There was myself, Dr. Dan Wolf, and I believe Mr. Scott Klein was another engineer who was involved.
And did all three of you join in the analysis that ultimately ended up in a report that you authored, or the three of you authored together?
We did, yes, sir.
What materials did you review in furtherance of your initial consultation in this matter?
Obviously, I looked at the medical records. We looked at photographs of the vehicles, information about the vehicle, photographs of the actual incident scene, various information pertaining to the Lexus itself.
You know who Dr. Dan Wolf is?
I do, yes.
Is that the other person, the Dan Wolf, the Dr. Wolf that you just mentioned?
That's correct, yes.
Did you and Dr. Wolf look at basically the same set of information? You were provided the same set of information?
We did, yes. We were provided a tranche of information that all three of us looked at, yes.
Can you explain the difference between your area of expertise and Dr. Wolf's area of expertise? I don't want you to get into his analysis, because what area...
There are some folks walking around town I saw that have big things they're wearing, big signs they're wearing that say FBI hired ARCAs.
In other words, you're dealing with a Lexus and a pedestrian, Mr. John O'Keefe, correct?
Correct, yes.
What's the difference between the analysis that you undertook and the responsibilities of Dr. Dan Wolf?
So Dr. Wolf really concentrated looking at the vehicle itself and the damage to the vehicle, the damage to the taillight, which is really the only damage we have to that vehicle. And so his analysis pertained to evaluating the force associated with producing that damage, what's consistent with causing that type of fracture and damage to the taillight itself. Whereas my part of the investigation was really looking more at the injuries and looking at Mr. O'Keefe and his kinematics and his alleged or any interaction between him and the vehicle, and whether that would be consistent with his injuries as well as the damage that we see to the Lexus as evaluated by Dr. Wolf.
Did you ultimately issue a report, an initial report summarizing your opinions and your conclusions following your analysis?
We did, yes, sir.
About when was that report issued?
I believe it was sometime in February.
February of what year?
It would have been February of last year,
Okay,
2024.
2024, okay,
Correct.
thank you. Were you able to provide an analysis, given the information that you had, were you able to provide an analysis for the biomechanical aspect of the analysis of the case?
I was, yes, sir.
All right, did you review medical records and other materials?
I did, yes.
Did you make note of anything with regard to Mr. O'Keefe's injury or injuries based on what you reviewed initially when you began your analysis?
I did, yes.
Can you describe what you noted in terms of Mr. O'Keefe's injuries?
There were really just two basically different areas of injury. There was injury to the head. There was a laceration on the rear kind of right occipital region of the head, which resulted in fractures, an occipital skull fracture, which is the rear part of your skull, as well as basilar skull fractures that propagated up through the skull. And then there were injuries which were noted or diagnosed to be superficial abrasions along his right arm.
What is a subscapular hemorrhhage?
Subscapular is?
Yes.
Yeah, with respect to the head, is that what? Yes,
as it relates to the head.
Yes, well, so when we talk about there's subarachnoid, there's pia hemorrhages, but basically they're hemorrhages, and scapular is hemorrhage under the scalp, but above the skull. So subdural is within on the surface of the brain, but scapular means that it's a hematoma or bleeding that occurs under the scalp but above the actual skull.
Did you note subscapular hemorrhage in your analysis of Mr. O'Keefe's injuries?
There was, yes, I believe there was extensive subscapular hemorrhaging.
What about skull fractures?
There were, as I described, occipital skull fracture in the back of the skull that then propagated forward the calvarium as well as the basilar or the base of the skull.
You mentioned subdural hemorrhage as one of the issues that you would look at normally. Did you note whether Mr. O'Keefe suffered from subdural hemorrhage?
He did, yes. He had sustained subdural hemorrhage as a result.
And also subarachnoid hemorrhage?
Correct, yes.
What about bilateral orbital ecchymosis?
He did, yes, bruising along the eyes, basically.
What does bilateral mean? Both?
Bilateral means left and right, correct.
Did you note a 1 centimeter or approximately 1 centimeter laceration to the upper right eyelid?
There was, yes, 1 centimeter, yeah, and so, that's a little less than half an inch laceration right above the right eye.
What about abrasions to the anterior and left aspect of the nose?
Yeah, somebody made the comment. Notice he's not bringing Mr. Monk's understudy, I think it was, saying he didn't bring his whole office like Welcher did. Laptops and Apple Watches and phones and all that.
There were some abrasions on the nose and then I believe a few lacerations as well.
Laceration on the right anterior tongue?
The tongue was lacerated, yes.
Notice they're also not sitting on the witness box, leaning there, just slouching there like Welcher was?
You noted, with regard to one of Mr. O'Keefe's extremities, abrasions along that extremity.
Superficial abrasions, that's correct, sir.
Describe which arm we're talking about, and what part of the arm.
It was the right arm, and it was from the forearm up towards the top of the shoulder. And there were various abrasions, what were diagnosed as superficial abrasions along that kind of posterior aspect of the arm, the elbow, forearm, and the upper arm.
When you undertake an analysis, do you use biomechanics and kinematics both to try to evaluate whether or not a specific set of injuries are consistent or inconsistent with a proposed set of facts? Or I guess I'll just leave it there, a proposed set of facts.
Yeah, I mean, those are basic steps to look at how an injury occurs. I mean, first you have to identify the injury, and that's by looking at the medical records and determining what the diagnosed injuries are. And then you have to determine the kinematics and the kinetics associated with a certain event. So how did the person move? How was their body moved? Did they interact with anything? And how did that result in loading or force being applied to the body? Those are basic steps of a biomechanical injury causation analysis.
How did you go about undertaking those steps in this particular case?
So in this particular case, we looked at how those injuries are actually produced or created. So occipital skull fracture, you need a sufficient force. You need a force of around maybe 1,400 or 1,600 pounds applied at the back of the skull to actually cause a fracture like that. The abrasions, superficial abrasions, and an abrasion is basically rubbing or scraping or friction that kind of scrapes away the top part of your skin, the epidermis. You have the epidermis, the dermis, and then the hypodermis. An abrasion is just gets into the top epidermis and doesn't get any farther. Laceration is an actual tearing or ripping of the skin, usually down past the epidermis into the dermis. And so that takes either a blunt object or a sharp edge, depending on whether it's an incision or laceration, to actually produce that type of an injury.
Did you look at patterns of injuries on Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes.
Did you also, the other side of that handshake, did you also look at damage to the vehicle, physical damage to the Lexus?
We did, yes. Our goal or what we were tasked with was to determine whether the injuries are consistent with the damage to the car. So clearly, you look at how these injuries are created, what injury mechanism you need to produce them, and then you look at the damage to the car. Can you line up contact between where those injuries occurred and how they occurred with damage to the vehicle?
Look how comfortable he is talking to the jury.
What kind of materials did you review, in addition to, I'm guessing, photographs?
Photographs, yes, autopsy photographs, as well as photographs of the vehicle and the damage to the Lexus.
What about medical records, hospital records, things of that nature?
Absolutely. That's the first step, looking at the injuries to find what the injuries are, what are the diagnosed injuries, as well as it's important to determine what injuries don't exist, because that's also helpful in determining whether certain impacts may or may not have actually occurred.
Did you receive a full file from the medical examiner's office in this case?
I did, yes, sir.
Did you also receive police reports, follow-up reports, witness statements, things of that nature in this case?
We did, yes.
Did you receive any data concerning the vehicle itself, contained either in police reports or follow-up reports or expert reports?
We did, yes.
Mr. Jackson, I'm just going to ask you to slow down
I'm
the
sorry.
cadence of your voice a little bit.
It's late in the day and I'm doing it again, aren't I? I'll slow down. I forgot where I left off, but let me ask you sort of openly, was there anything else that you considered and
about 8
analyzed
minutes
in
here.
at least building a database from which you would build an analysis?
Well, yeah, I mean, we review all the materials that are provided to look at all the injuries, to look at all aspects of the vehicle, damage to the vehicle, information about what the vehicle may have been doing. Any other evidence that may help contribute to looking at what either caused the injuries or what may or may not have caused the damage to that vehicle.
When you and your teammates undertook this analysis, did you even know who we were?
Initially, we did not. No, initially, I personally didn't know anything about the case. And we were asked not to do any research or to look up anything about it. We were given certain parameters, certain information, and that was it.
Did you follow those instructions?
I did, yes.
The undertaking, the analysis that you did, was it in keeping with the accepted methodology or methodologies in your field of engineering?
It was, yes.
Did you ultimately reach some opinions and conclusions based on that initial investigation or analysis?
I did, and we did it at ARCA, yes. Myself, Dr. Wolf, and Mr. Klein did.
Did you reach any opinions or conclusions with regard to the force required to produce the occipital skull fracture that you noted with Mr. O'Keefe, his head being struck by the rear tail lamp of the subject Lexus?
I did, yes.
Tell me what those opinions and conclusions were.
Well, again, we determined by looking at research and tolerance values that it would take about 1,400 to 1,600 pounds of force to cause an occipital skull fracture. Now, we were tasked with looking at, again, could that result from impact with the car? So one of the things we did is we took a head form, the head from a dummy basically that's instrumented with accelerometers, and we dropped it onto a taillight cover to attain a speed of 15 miles an hour. And so that would be comparable to the vehicle striking the head at 15 miles an hour. And I concluded a few things from that. A, that the force wasn't sufficient, or the acceleration wasn't sufficient to produce enough force to cause a skull fracture at 15 miles an hour. And also, when you look at the position and configuration of the occupant, it really wasn't possible to get a skull fracture by hitting the taillight and not sustain any other significant fractures. For instance, where the taillight's positioned to have an impact to the back of the head, you really couldn't have someone positioned in such a manner to strike just the head and not have subsequent concomitant injury to the neck or any other part of the body. So my findings with respect to the skull or the occipital skull fractures was that it likely did not occur as a result of contact, specifically with the taillight cover on the rear passenger side of the Lexus.
So as to the question of whether Mr. O'Keefe suffered the occipital skull fracture as a result of being hit by the tail lamp at 15 miles an hour, were you able to scientifically rule that out?
I was, yes, sir.
Was that to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty?
It was, yes.
Did you reach any opinions or conclusions regarding the abrasions on the right arm that you noted earlier on Mr. O'Keefe's body?
Yes, I believe my conclusions with respect to the abrasions are that it was inconsistent with contact to the tail light, and that not only that those injuries are inconsistent, but you would expect additional injuries, likely fractures to the hand and or the forearm, depending on the actual speed of the vehicle.
Other than the expectation that you would see fractures or other damage to the arm, what was the basis for your opinion that the linear abrasions would not result from impact with a non-damaged taillight traveling in reverse?
What you have to look at the kinematics associated with that, and that in order to get just superficial abrasions, that doesn't take a significant amount of force, but essentially that to have an arm contact the rear of the car, and we weren't really given any theory of how the arm contacted the car. So initially, we weren't privy to any theories or allegations of how this may occur. So just generally speaking, looking at the arm, how it would contact the car, and subsequent movement and interaction with the light cover, my opinion was that the injuries would be inconsistent, or the injuries that Mr. O'Keefe sustained on his right arm and didn't sustain would be inconsistent with actual interaction with the taillight.
Doctor, were your opinions and conclusions along with those of your colleagues?
I can't believe there hasn't been an objection yet. I think Brennan maybe just got the wind knocked out of him with the previous doctor.
Colleagues reduced to a report?
They were, yes, sir.
Was that report, to your knowledge, ultimately turned over to both the defense and the Commonwealth in this case?
To my knowledge, it was, yes, sir.
I'm going to change gears for a second and bring us forward to the spring of 2024, after February of 2024, moving into the start of 2025. Did the defense at some point reach out to ARCA and contact you and Dr. Wolf?
They did, yes.
That was back in 2024 after the spring, correct?
That's correct, yes.
At some point, did the defense engage you specifically to testify
Yes.
this year?
This year?
This year, meaning
Yes.
this trial?
For this trial, yes.
Okay.
Yes, correct.
Make sure you clarify that.
Were you asked to conduct further testing in furtherance of your potential testimony in this trial?
We were, yes, sir.
And were you provided additional materials from the defense in furtherance of your potential testimony and your testing?
We were, yes, we were provided additional material with respect to, yes, the theory of how this may have occurred and how Mr. O'Keefe may have sustained his injuries, allegedly.
Included in the materials that you were provided in anticipation of your testimony in this case, in this trial, were you provided anything from a company called Aperture?
We were, yes.
What were you provided from Aperture?
We were provided a written report from Aperture, a PowerPoint presentation, about 140 some pages from Aperture, and then a file material, I believe what was reviewed and the results of some testing that Aperture had conducted with respect to this case.
Was it your understanding that the Aperture PowerPoint was authored by a particular individual?
Yes, sir.
Who authored that PowerPoint as far as you knew it?
As far as I'm aware, it was Dr. Judson Welcher.
Your Honor, may we approach briefly?
Okay.
All right, so with this, we have a sidebar. Jury's going to be dismissed here. And then the judge was talking about a bunch of the Rentschler slides has text that's going to be removed on a number of these slides. And they talked about the case possibly going to the jury on Friday, which I think that's a little bit overshooting it. I just don't trust Brennan being able to speed it up enough.
Okay, so please, those same 3 cautions go for today, and we're expecting a full day tomorrow. Sidebar, less time doing things outside.
All right, she's
Jurors, that was the
anyway.
schedule.
It's after midnight, so I'm going to go ahead and shut it down here. Thanks for supporting the cause, and plan to be here tomorrow night. So you all have a safe one. Good night.